The House will now proceed to the consideration of a motion to adjourn the House for the purpose of discussing a specific and important matter requiring urgent consideration, namely the flooding in British Columbia. Accordingly, the motion is as follows. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Maurice, moves that the House do now adjourn. Debate. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, can I just verify that the order of speaking is a 20-minute speech in this rubric?
And then followed by 10 minutes of questions and answers.
Monsieur le Président, c'est un grand honneur.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great honor to take the floor today and to have the honor to be the first speaker on this so very important issue. Allow me to recognize that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. To me, it's clear we're in an emergency situation, a climate emergency. I just took part in the 26th Conference of the Parties in Glasgow on the UN climate change plan. This is the 12th time I've taken part in that conference, and the situation is now more grave than it was first.
That the climate emergency is outpacing any government's actions to take control of the situation. And I want to address this issue cognizant of the time. And I do take my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford's remarks earlier today, who also wanted an emergency debate, to heart. We want to focus on what's just happened in our home province of British Columbia. But there's a context here, and any action that we take now that ignores the root causes of what just happened invites worse to come, and we need to take account of root causes, and we need to take appropriate actions. So with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I will say that my intention here is to start with the global, move to the national, and then focus most of my remarks on the provincial and the local and what we do now. And I hope that we can approach this issue tonight, all of us members of Parliament from 5 different parties, in a way that reflects the best of us in recognizing that we have more in common than in the difference. I'm looking across the way right now, Mr. Speaker, to my friend from Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon, who referenced earlier today that it was in his riding that Lytton burned to the ground in 15 minutes earlier this summer. I don't think we can only look at the floods that just happened. We have a lot of events that have taken place and hit the same communities, the same First Nations communities, over and over again within the period of time in which this House was adjourned from towards the end of June until we just reconvened on Monday. We have to recognize that we are in a climate emergency, as this House did. Some of us were in our seats then, June 17th of 2019, on a motion from the former Minister of Environment, who's no longer in this place, so I can use her name, Catherine McKenna. This House voted that we were indeed in a climate emergency, and we had to take account of that. But nothing has changed. We don't act as though we are in an emergency. The
great scientific undertaking has done very clear research, and in October 2018, the report on the question of 1.5 degrees was undertaken, and the news is so terrible. We have to act immediately, as of back in October 2018. And now 30 months have gone by, and the situation, 3 years rather, have gone by, and the situation is even worse than in October 2018.
Climate change in their emergency report on 1.5 degrees, which is the target of the Paris Agreement, that we were in desperate risk of missing it. It's not a political target. The reason the IPCC was asked to produce the report that they produced was to inform policymakers, politicians, and government leaders around the world what's the difference between 2 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase and 1.5. And I won't go through all the details of the report. I can't in the time available. But as one of the government leaders, the Prime Minister of Barbados, just said a few days ago in Glasgow, 2 degrees Celsius is a death sentence for us. Only at 1.5 do we survive. What the IPCC sketched out was not that 1.5 makes us live in a safe world, but it's one we can survive. It allows coral reefs to survive mostly. It will protect our Arctic mostly, but not entirely. We will experience permafrost thaw, but it won't be a fatal level of permafrost thaw. Over and over again, that report, which is seminal, pointed out that 1.5 was essential. Then we had this summer the report of the first working group, its 6th assessment report of the IPCC, which was labeled by the Secretary General of the United Nations as Code Red for Humanity, because it said that everything they'd warned about in 2018 is happening faster, with greater severity, than they had anticipated. So we know globally that we are now on track to shooting well past 2 degrees, well past the danger zone. This is not about bad weather. This is about whether human civilization can survive. That's what we're talking about. No issue could be more riveting. The stakes could not be higher. And still, on a day-to-day basis, we have this ability to function as though there's still time. Sadly, tragically, the Government of Canada chose to use part of the IPCC advice. The part that said, if we hold to 1.5 degrees Celsius, by mid-century, 2050, we should be at net zero. I need to enforce this. I need to say it slowly, particularly for my Liberal colleagues, because I am not sure that the government understands the way in which this information is being manipulated by someone, somewhere. But the IPCC has never said the goal is net zero by 2050, and then we'll get through all this and human civilization will survive. They've said very clearly there's only one pathway to hold to 1.5 degrees, and it starts with at least 45% reductions globally, that's a lot, against 2010 levels by 2030. If we don't do that, net zero by 2050 is meaningless. It'll be too late. We will have taken a very significant step towards the unbearable risks of unstoppable, self-accelerating global warming triggered by, well, some people call them points of no return, tipping points. The important thing to say is we still have time. Le temps presse, mais ce n'est pas trop tard.
Time is urgent, but it's not too late. We must take immediate action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and also to make the changes needed to protect nature, especially forests.
Barely enough time. And in COP26, we did not do what needed to be done. Not Canada, not anyone. I will say that, as the UN Secretary General said, COP26 wasn't a failure in that 1.5 degrees as a possible endpoint for the global warming nightmare is possible. But as UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, it's on life support. That's where we are. So by 2022, and preferably before then, this country needs to do more. So at the national level, if we're serious about the climate emergency, and I know I risk being heckled, but it must be said, we can't be serious about the climate emergency while building the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We can't be serious about the climate emergency while subsidizing fracking and LNG and all of the fossil fuels. We must bring in a Just Transition Act. We must take care of workers. We must make this transition. So now, moving from global to national, we know we have a lot of work to do. And many of the measures that have been put forward by this government, I support. But in their totality, they are insufficient to ensure that my children alive today will be in a livable world when they are my age. And that is something that affects all of us deeply and personally. And I'm grateful we have a chance to talk about it. But when you talk about personal, let me shift to British Columbia. This climate emergency hit home really closely this summer. In British Columbia, the heat dome it was called, more than a heat wave, killed nearly 600 people in 4 days. One of those who was affected and didn't die is my stepdaughter, who's in her 30s, who happened to be at my husband's family's farm in Ashcroft, British Columbia, not far from Lytton, where the temperature at the farm hit 50 degrees Celsius. I don't think any of us here can really imagine what that's like. She said it was like having a hairdryer blowing on her face all the time outdoors. It hurt your skin. And she nearly died and had brain edema. Another family member was a first responder, pulling people out of shacks and trailers and putting them in ambulances and knowing they wouldn't live. We have to do a much better job when we talk about what do we do now, what have we learned? We need healthcare protocols that are radically revamped, that look at what do you do when you find someone whose organs are already cooking. It's not the protocol they were using in the summer in BC. We had wildfires from early April till the end of September. That wildfire season in British Columbia saw 1,600 wildfires destroying over 868,000 hectares. That also contributed to how bad the flooding damage was, because the ground had become hydrophobic. Hydrophobic meaning it expelled the water that fell on the ground. The ground could not absorb water, the ground repelled it. The flooding was worse because of the fires. And of course, the flooding was described as an atmospheric river. We learn new terms as we go through this. During the fire season, we learned that there were things called pyrocumulonimbus clouds. Those are clouds that shoot sparks that create more fires. We are not in a normal climate situation. We have entered the world of a climate emergency. And all of with this that we've experienced, and I should mention more, of course, the flooding, people know, destroyed highways, Coquihalla, when will it ever get repaired? I mean, the massive amounts of damage, 18 highways and 5 bridges significantly impacted by the flooding, the loss of life, the terrifying experience for people caught in mudslides, the horror of losing farms. I mentioned my husband's farm in Ashcroft, where now we have for the second time taken in climate refugees. In the summer, we took in people who were on wildfire alerts. Now they're people who've lost everything in the floods. This is unbearable, but there are things we can do. And we must be serious about doing them, and it's a national effort. We know that from the speech from the throne, there's finally a commitment. Well, I've heard it before, actually. I remember the previous Conservative government promised a national adaptation plan. The goal here is to act to reduce the damage of the climate emergency to the greatest extent possible by reducing our dependence on fossil fuels as quickly as possible, making transitions to renewable energy, and so on. But there's an impact that's baked into our atmosphere. There are levels of climate damage that we will not be able to avoid. So we have to avoid those levels of climate impact to which we cannot adapt, such as I mentioned, runaway global warming that would mean that we couldn't really survive on this planet as a species. And we have to adapt to those levels that we can no longer avoid. Adaptation involves a lot of elements. So yes, the ministers for public safety, public security, and infrastructure must be seized of this. This is a whole of government approach. I would urge the government of Canada consider and I very rarely urge the government of Canada to consider something that a U.S. administration is doing. But the U.S. president has appointed John Kerry, who was to be Secretary of State in the Obama administration, not as the head of his Environment Department, but as a key member of the National Security Committee inside the White House.
Because the President of the United States understands well that climate change is not just an environmental issue. It's about a threat to our national security, like a military threat at another time would have been.
National security threat that requires a whole-of-government approach. It's particularly important. I look at the member for Nunavut here. We have to think about what's happening in our Arctic. We have to think like a circumpolar country. We have to know that we have to keep the permafrost cold enough so that it doesn't thaw, because the permafrost contains methane, which is a powerful greenhouse gas. And if we lost the permafrost of the world, we would be releasing 4 times more carbon than humanity has burned since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. So we know we have to keep our Arctic cold enough. Yes, as Sheila Watt-Cloutier told us years ago, to protect human rights of the Inuit peoples, we must keep the Arctic cold. To protect traditional hunting and culture. But we also, for the sake of all of the species on this planet, we need to keep the Arctic cold, to keep that methane in the permafrost and keep it from thawing. There are some really significant drivers here. Let's think about what we do creatively. In the immediate short term, we need more resources to British Columbia. We need to help rebuild key roads and railroads so that supply chains are protected, that the economy recovers. We need to help individual farmers and homeowners who didn't have insurance. We need to find a way to help families rebuild their lives on a very personal level. We have to think about rebuilding, retooling, and adapting to the climate emergency that we now experience. And I think we have to think creatively about things that we don't often think about. In this emergency, we needed volunteers jumping into their boats and rescuing people. It's not comfortable for governments to think, well, those are uninsured people. Is that really a good idea? We really don't want. If the people of Abbotsford and Merritt hadn't shown up and sandbagged key infrastructure, the situation would have been much worse. How do we think creatively about climate adaptation corps to respond in emergencies and create resilient communities where people are deputized to go out and save lives? A major event happened in my community over Christmas 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, where it was off the charts crazy weather, climate-induced, and large trees were blown down across the roads, and it was Christmas, and everybody lost electricity. This happens in major weather events. You lose your landline, you lose your cell coverage, and you can't move around, in this case because trees were across the road. So people in my community, a lot of smart people, they know that it's illegal to go out when the power's out because trees are down. It's illegal to go out with chainsaws and cut up the trees and go help your neighbors. Everybody did it. They took care of each other through Christmas. Somebody who's living on their own in their 90s, they're not going to leave them there because it's illegal to cut trees off the road. We need to figure this out. How do we empower people who know how to react in an emergency and create trained, legal, appropriate responses that engage our volunteers? Because community members in these communities, and I know the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, will agree with me, that there were great acts of bravery through the communities, individuals acting, and we need to harness that. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at climate emergencies that have killed hundreds of people in the last number of months in British Columbia, nearly 600 in the heat dome, more now through the floods. And what we need to think about is global average temperature is now 1.1 degrees Celsius above what it was before the Industrial Revolution. We're trying to see if we can hang on to 1.5 degrees. 1.5 is not a safe zone. It's going to be worse than what it's like right now at 1.1. But il y a rien plus important.
But there is nothing more important than protecting our young people, our children, our grandchildren, because this is a threat.
To do yet. We still do not act on a day-to-day basis as though we understand we're in a climate emergency. I would urge the government, since we've already bought Trans Mountain and we have all those workers and all that equipment, let's just change the mandate of that Crown Corporation and put those people and that equipment to work to rebuild, to repair our highways, to help protect them against the next major climate event. We know from the last 24 hours on Cape Breton Island, where I'm from, we see roads washed out there. We see roads washed out near Corner Brook, Newfoundland, Labrador. There's no one part of this country that is safe and secure any more than there's one place on this planet safe and secure in the climate emergency. We have to all pull together. And as the speech from the throne said, le temps est venu d'aller plus.
It's time to go further, faster.
We don't see in the speech from the throne the things we must do, but we know what they are. And tonight is a good opportunity to put forward those good ideas and together say, we work for our communities, we work for Canada, and we will save the planet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is important, and I want to pick up on what the member just made reference to, and that is pulling together. And I think that one of the things that, as we look at what's taking place in the province of British Columbia, is that we recognize that it's not only the national government, it's also the provincial government, municipalities, and many other stakeholders. We all have an interest in making sure that BC and the people that are so dramatically affected are in fact lifted out of this, and we help build back. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide her thoughts in regards to just how important it is that the different levels of government continue to show that sympathy and to provide the support that's so critically important to help these communities in need.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
It's critically important. It's going to have a big price tag. And I was struck when the Honourable Prime Minister spoke in Glasgow, the reference to Lytton. But Lytton is still there, and it needs to be rebuilt. The people of Lytton are there, and it's a major First Nations community as well, with scattered First Nations that live around it. It's important that we leave no community behind in this, but it's not going to be inexpensive. For decades, studies have shown that the costs of ignoring climate change were going to be far larger than the costs of action. So now we find ourselves in the unenviable position where we need to do both harder and faster. Fortunately, rebuilding communities does stimulate the economy. Fortunately, getting all the people that possibly can get to work to help farms rebuild. I mean, there's been so much loss and devastating loss that it's hard to imagine how some families will pull everything together. But they need to know that there's going to be a source of funds to get their farm back up and running. They need to know that their home can be repaired, even if the insurance companies say you're not covered for this kind of flood. There's going to have to be a rethink of how we respond to what used to be called natural disasters, which are no longer natural.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Smilkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to salute my fellow British Columbian for her comments today and her sympathy for all those that have been affected by the flooding in our great province. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member talked about needing to do things differently. And so tonight I know we're going to debate lots of different ideas, and I do hope we hit some big ideas. For example, I've heard from small municipalities that the DFA, the Disaster Finance Assistance Program, they can't afford the 20% that they're expected, while senior levels of government are expected to do 80%. So what does she think about that? And second, she did talk about empowering communities. Now, the last time the federal government arranged with the province of British Columbia in the gas tax agreement of 2014, but I think there's an area that we can improve upon. Tim Roberts, who's an area director for rural Karameas, has suggested that small regional districts and municipalities should be able to use some of their leftover gas tax so that they can use it towards flood mitigation, fire mitigation, Mr. Speaker, because many times there's interface area where there's fuel that can easily be removed if they were to hire students over the summer to do so. So could the member comment on some of the big ideas, but also some of these small ideas that are so important to help our communities adapt to climate change?
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And in the same spirit of working across party lines, I want to salute the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, for attending COP26, not just for a couple of days, but for the full 2 weeks. And I saw his comments in the media recently that the nature-based solutions that were talked about at COP are really important. I would suggest, too, that students in the summer planting trees, restoring, what I referred to as hydrophobic soil. The hill that was burnt off, was it 2017, the Elephant Hill fire? Nothing's growing back, right? Because the soil, it just became baked. And the top surface was destroyed by the heat of the fire. We need to get trees into, and not just any trees, trees that are right to that ecosystem. That'll help restore our salmon. That'll help bring things back. And those jobs and that ecosystem is a key part also of responding to the climate emergency. I just say that to his point about small communities, absolutely. They don't have the money to come up with 20%. We need to be much more creative of how we're going to help particularly small, impoverished, rural and remote communities cope with an increased, and I'm afraid to say inevitable, level of extreme weather events that wipe out their infrastructure. We need to be really creative.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. She knows how much I appreciate her, and every time I have the opportunity to tell her, I tell her, so I'll tell her once again today. Thank you. And you'll give me a few moments, because this is the first time I've spoken in the 44th Parliament, to thank the people of Lac-Saint-Jean who put their confidence in me again. And all of my constituents took part in the election process, and I want to thank my partner of 24 years, Mylène Coutier. And I would say now that it's horrible to see what's happening in British Columbia. We know that this is one of the consequences of climate change. You'd have to be blind not to admit that simple fact. Today, the Prime Minister, during question period, said suddenly that he had understood what was a provincial jurisdiction and a federal jurisdiction, and he said that he could not intervene in Alberta with the gas and oil industry because of provincial jurisdiction. My question is the following one. Is this not a contradiction when this government that had promised that it would cancel subsidies to the fossil fuel industry increased them over the last few years? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, and I thank my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean, and congratulations to him. When he talks about his family, I think of his father. And his family. So it's clear that we have problems here in Canada, and that we must act when needed. It is difficult. I do know that. It's difficult for the federal government to have a good relationship with Alberta, for example. But I think at one time, for example, during the acid rain campaign, or to stop chemicals from hurting the ozone layer. Here we have done great things to protect the lives on this planet, but it's never possible without a great deal of courage, very great moral and political courage to do that.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Question of about a minute, and
Thank you.
a minute answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech. And she talked about the tragedy of losing more than 500 people in the heat dome. Most of these people were low-income people living in urban heat islands in apartments without air conditioning. The federal government could come up with a program, the funding, to switch those natural gas furnaces in those buildings to clean heat pumps that could cool those buildings as well as heat them, so we could save hundreds of lives across this country and reduce emissions as well. And I'm hoping that this is, one of these ideas that we have to come up with in this era of adaptation.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and thanks to my honourable colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. I'm very concerned that well, of course, the impacts of the climate crisis are understood to be intersectional, and whether we're looking globally to developing countries or within Canada, it's the poor, it's Indigenous, it's people of colour who are most often victims of climate events. In the case of the heat dome, I was horrified that Premier John Horgan said we had no way of knowing. We just thought it was going to be hotter weather. I was horrified that both the federal and provincial governments, British Columbia and Canada, continue to increase fossil fuel subsidies at the very moment they should be cut. But I totally agree, there's things we could do. They include things like shade, more urban forests, more opportunities to let people go into parks. It was horrifying to me that Vancouver officials didn't want people going into the Strathcona Park area for fear they would set up tents again, but that was life-giving shade. We need more attention to how we survive, more attention to cooling centers, more attention to social networks of resilience that get people out of their homes into safe, cool locations where they're given water, where they have access to ice. It's saving lives that counts on a minute-to-minute basis, and we need to be much better prepared.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the Minister for Emergency Preparedness. It's hard to even believe what's happening in BC. That after a summer of drought in Abbotsford, people's homes are now underwater. That after living with the fear of wildfires months ago, Merritt now faces the devastation of flooding. That whole highways have been washed away, that farmers have lost whole herds, that families have lost loved ones. Les derniers temps n'ont pas été faciles.
This has not been easy. To the people of British Columbia, I know that you have suffered a great deal. This summer, on top of the pandemic, you experienced record high temperatures and forest fires. I lived in British Columbia for years, and I know how strong and resilient the people in that province are. Today, I want to tell you that our government will continue to be there for you. From the very beginning, we acted to bring aid to British Columbia as quickly as possible. The Minister will provide some details in a few moments. However, immediately, we summoned an incident response group in order to get help to where it was needed.
Canadian Armed Forces members are now deployed. They're delivering food and supplies to communities, putting down sandbags to protect homes, while repairing infrastructure and rescuing livestock. There's also significant support with helicopters and aircraft, with Griffins, a Cyclone, and a Chinook now in BC, as well as a Hercules and 2 Twin Otters. And reservists have been called in, including to help in Abbotsford. On top of that, there's a team ensuring the essentials, including fuel, keep moving. I know this is a concern for a lot of people and businesses. We're issuing interim orders to get food, fuel, and supplies to communities and farms. And just today, we approved a request from the Port of Vancouver for over $4 million to create extra capacity so ships aren't turned away while the port clears the backlog of traffic. Mr. Speaker, our focus is getting everyone through this crisis, which includes almost $4.5 million in immediate support to First Nation communities to keep people safe and start rebuilding. There is no doubt the scale of this disaster is staggering. What it means for people's lives and businesses is devastating. We're here to help with whatever British Columbians need, and we'll work hand in hand with the Government of BC on direct support. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of the first responders and the women and men in uniform who've stepped up to serve. And of course, standing right behind each and every one of them is everyone across the province who's shown what British Columbians are made of. I think of the family who owns a restaurant in Hope and handed out food to folks stuck in their cars. Or the volunteers at Surrey Gurdwaras who've sent meals to those who lost their homes. Or the women and men in Abbotsford who last week passed sandbags hand to hand through the night. À travers la province, les gens ont répondu à...
Throughout the province, people have responded to the call for action. Together, we will help British Columbia overcome this crisis. This is the time to do everything we can to protect families, help farmers, and put trucks back on the road. We have to do everything we can, now and in the future.
On sait que c'est pas un cas isolé.
We know that this is not an isolated case.
Fall, it's been flooding and landslides. Last summer, droughts and wildfires. For people out east, it's a state of emergency and washed out highways because of storms hitting hard right now. The people in Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, we will be there for you. So tonight, please stay safe and follow local guidelines. If the last year has shown us anything, it's the impacts of climate change are here sooner than expected, and they're devastating. So on adaptation, we have to accelerate our work. I could talk about investments to weatherproof homes, or the $500 million we'll put towards community-based firefighters and equipment. All of that is key. But when it comes to solutions, it's not just about one program or one investment or one community. It's about putting the full power of government and the entire force of our commitment behind real, meaningful climate action. En ce moment, pendant qu'on rebâtit...
Right now, as we rebuild our communities, we also have to act for their future. Mr. Speaker, there is no one easy solution. We will, however, continue our action. We will continue to make real gestures.
And there will be difficult days still ahead. But together, we will rebuild. Hand in hand with the Government of BC, with First Nations, with municipalities, and with all British Columbians. We will help you recover from this crisis and rebuild your homes, your businesses, your lives. And together, we will reach better, brighter times. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The member for Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, I requested special funding through the Treasury Board's Secretariat Management Reserve be delivered expeditiously for the village of Lytton. Will the Prime Minister be able to provide any assurances about the type of funding the village of Lytton will receive and what funding stream will be utilized by the Government of Canada to provide the support he just assured the House would be coming to help my constituents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his advocacy, for his strong words earlier today in his SO31, and indeed for continuing to be there, to be such a powerful voice for his community and the people who are from his community who've been displaced across the province as people have welcomed them in following devastations like what happened in Lytton. We will rebuild Lytton. We will do it in partnership with the community, with the people of the community, and with the province of British Columbia. And we have been engaging closely with the province to ensure that the resources are there. In my many conversations with the Mayor of Lytton, the community members, but also the mayors of places like Merritt and Abbotsford and Chilliwack and others over the past weeks, we know that we have a lot of work to do, and this federal government will be there as a partner in rebuilding for a stronger future.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
J'ai entendu le Premier ministre.
I heard the Prime Minister during the introduction of his speech saying that his government will continue to be there for the people of British Columbia. I was wondering what that meant, being there. For me, being there, if it means just putting out fires, that's not enough. We have to prevent them. Empathy and compassion are necessary, but what we need in the future is courage. Courage means being aware that in 2018, 2019, 2020, the government invested $14 billion every year into fossil fuels. The Natural Resources Committee indicated that we have a $560 million fund just to support fossil fuels. If the Prime Minister is serious, the action he should be taking tonight to be there for Canadians is to confirm is that he's going to do everything he can to end subsidies to fossil fuels. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, being there for people in British Columbia is being there with more than 500 members of the Canadian Armed Forces to help them get through this terrible time. It's also being there by making investments in order to help people who have been displaced and to help them quickly rebuild their homes, their highways, their ability to work. Yes, we are there. It's not just fine words, it's also action on the ground. I also wish to highlight that throughout the country, Canadians are being extremely generous in sending help to people affected by these challenges. At the same time, being there also means being there for the future, for the decades to come. And that is why we have set up the most ambitious plan to fight climate change that his country has ever seen. And we are going to take real measures to limit greenhouse gas emissions from oil and gas companies, reducing those emissions, putting a price on pollution, making investments to protect our lands and our oceans, and more. We are going to be there now and for the decades to come.
Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. About 45-second question, hopefully a 45-second answer.
I'll be quick, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And I just want to ask the Prime Minister, through you, the federal government spends a few $100 million each year on climate adaptation, mainly through the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. It's chronically oversubscribed. Federation of Canadian Municipalities said basically it should be 10 times that size. So I'm just like to ask him, where's the ambition? We need ambition here just like we need ambition on climate mitigation.
Honourable Prime Minister, in 35 seconds or less, please.
From South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for his question. And the ambition has been there since 2015 as we have invested record amounts in infrastructure, not only in response to disasters, but in flood mitigation, in and around Calgary, for example, in water controls throughout the prairies, in building back better after floods in the central Canada in the east. We've continued to invest in resilience and adaptation. We will continue to. But yes, the disaster program is oversubscribed. We will continue to increase funding as we help communities and Canadians get through these difficult times.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to have the opportunity to rise in this House to contribute to the discussion about the tragic flooding that has been impacting British Columbia with my parliamentary colleagues. And I'd like to begin, if I may, Mr. Speaker, by acknowledging the friends and the families of those who have lost loved ones, and for all those who have been impacted by these floods, landslides, and extreme weather conditions in BC, not just during the most recent floods, but also through the very challenging times of the BC wildfires occurring last summer and the extreme weather event that also impacted that province. I think this is also a good opportunity, if I may, Mr. Speaker, to extend our thanks and gratitude to the first responders, to search and rescue volunteers, emergency managers, Canadian Armed Forces members who have been working tirelessly to keep people safe during this difficult time. And if I may, I'd like to also acknowledge community leaders, mayors, police chiefs, and fire chiefs, ordinary citizens who have demonstrated compassion, courage, and extraordinary citizenship in standing up and being there for their fellow citizens. I would like, if I may, Mr. Speaker, to begin by providing this House with a brief update on the situation on the ground. Mr. Speaker, the overall situation continues to improve in terms of dropping river levels and incremental progress on damage assessment, repair and restoration, and community support. River advisories and warnings continue to be downgraded as river flows can return to normal. A provincial emergency order remains in effect until the 1st of December, and as we continue to work closely with the province of British Columbia to support their recovery, Canadians can be assured that the federal government remains vigilant and will be ready to respond to all evolving threats related to this emergency. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I received a request from the province of British Columbia for assistance from that government, which included and asked for air support, to evacuate people affected by the floods and to reach important supply routes disrupted by the floods, to help vulnerable, stranded, and in distress people, to provide personnel to mitigate the effects of the floods, which includes the protection of critical infrastructure, access roads, and properties. And as well, Mr. Speaker, I can advise this House that over 500 members of the Canadian Armed Forces have answered that call and are deployed on the ground and providing support and services to the people of British Columbia. We have also been working collaboratively to coordinate communications with the PC government and with our colleagues to ensure that people are kept well informed and have the information they need to take action to keep themselves safe and to recover from this very difficult experience. We remain committed, Mr. Speaker, to strengthening and addressing national standards when it comes to public alerting, so that Canadians, regardless of where they live, will receive timely notification of any threats and to provide them with the knowledge to make informed and safe decisions. In times of emergency such as this, I'm also pleased to note that many of us have been able to set aside our partisan affiliations to come together for the residents of British Columbia. And over the past week, I've had the privilege to meet and to brief the local members of Parliament impacted most significantly by for their constituents by this flood. And both Conservatives and NDP have come together to meet with me and to provide information and support and to ensure that I was informed. They have been extremely active in bringing forward the concerns and the needs of their constituents. And I want to thank them for their collaboration and working together. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I also want to advise this House that our government has initiated a whole-of-government response, and we have convened 3 meetings of the Incident Response Group in order to respond. Each of the ministers of the government was asked to provide steps that they are taking to work to address the province's most pressing needs. And just as a small example, the Minister of Employment has just mentioned this past weekend that British Columbians who have lost their jobs or have been displaced can and should apply for EI Online as soon as possible, even without a record of employment. To alleviate pressures on the Indigenous communities, Indigenous Services Canada Emergency Management Assistance Program is providing over $4.4 million to First Nations agencies, Emergency Services Society. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency is working very closely with the industry to support the humane and safe transport of animals and with respect to the disposal of livestock that has died in this event. Health Canada is supporting its provincial health counterparts who have been so heavily affected by COVID, but also in their response to the recent flooding. The Canadian Coast Guard is engaged in responding to a large number of reports of drifting, sunken and beached vessels. And, Mr. Speaker, there are very many other examples. There has also been an effort as a direct response to a request from the BC government to change the exemptions with respect to people living in the Lower Mainland crossing over into the United States in order to obtain gas and other essential goods such as fuel. And notwithstanding some early inconsistencies, Mr. Speaker, an additional guidance that has been offered to both CBSA and Public Health Agency, I'm informed that this is now working very effectively and we are taking care of those cases that were mishandled in the first case. And again, I'd like to thank my colleagues for bringing those concerns forward and enabling us to respond quickly and effectively to answer those questions. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of other things I'm happy to share with my colleagues, and I would invite each of you who have any questions or concerns or want to bring any concerns of your constituents to my attention to reach out to me, and I undertake that I will respond quickly, and I'm grateful for your help. But I also see this debate today, Mr. Speaker, as an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to reflect on how we can work together to not only reassure those who have been affected by this flooding, but to let them know that we are focused on their needs. And by demonstrating our shared commitment to serving Canadians in some of the most difficult times that they face, this also gives us an opportunity to perhaps to be forward-leaning, not just reacting to what has transpired, but changing the way in which we prepare for these events in the future. It allows us to acknowledge that in the rebuilding effort of the damage that has impacted so many, we must also think about building back a more resilient Canada to ensure critical infrastructure can withstand the impact of climate change. Mr. Speaker, this was echoed yesterday in the speech from the throne, in which we acknowledged the need to take action to prevent and prepare for extreme weather events brought about by climate change. We are seeing an increase in the number and severity of natural disasters. Canada is warming, on average twice as quickly as the rest of the world, and in our north, 3 times quicker. The science and experience of Canadians make this point clear. We must do more, and we must act now to prepare this country for climate-impacted reality. The events of the past 2 years, including the pandemic, have shone a light on emergency management in Canada. Since January 2020, the Government of Canada, via the Government Operations Centre, has supported 147 requests for federal assistance from the provinces and territories to help them respond to everything from the ongoing pandemic to wildfires, floods, and winter storms. But we cannot be solely reactive. We need to better prepare for emergencies and strengthen our infrastructure, and that is why the government has created the standalone Ministry of Emergency Preparedness. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his confidence in assigning me this new role. In this role, I will be reaching out to our partners across the emergency management spectrum, including all orders of government, Indigenous leaders, industry, the voluntary sector, academia, and partners across the federal government to help advance the work in this increasingly priority area. Together, we will create a more resilient and sustainable approach to emergency management that will help Canada prepare to mitigate, respond to, and recover from disasters. And we will be undertaking an effort to build a national culture of emergency preparedness. This partnership approach has been evident in some of our most recent work. And for example, Mr. Speaker, we recently released an FPT Ministers meeting, the Emergency Management Strategy for Canada, which identified shared priorities that will strengthen Canada's resilience by 2030. A priority area in this strategy is to improve our understanding of disaster risks in all areas of society and how we can work together to minimize these risks. And for example, in Budget 2019, we funded public safety over 5 years to improve Canada's ability to predict and respond to hazards, developing a national risk profile in collaboration with federal, provincial, and territorial partners, as well as municipal and Indigenous partners. It is a strategic national disaster risk and capability assessment which uses scientific evidence and stakeholder input to create forward-looking picture of Canada's natural disasters and risks. It's based on scientific findings from various departments, other jurisdictions, and research institutes, and it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that we need to strengthen our readiness to respond quickly and effectively to disaster events. One such example of this is the work that we have been doing to fund and support the Canadian Red Cross. And through this funding, the Red Cross has been able to strengthen their capacity and to bring their expertise in helping Canadians in long-term care facilities, in isolation sites, testing and vaccination sites, and in facilities to help those who have been displaced by natural disaster. Mr. Speaker, we're also leading work on the co-development of Canada's first national adaptation strategy, which will help Canada respond to the shared reality of climate change impacts. It will do so by uniting all orders of government, Indigenous people, private companies, in a whole-of-society approach to climate change adaptation. The impact in British Columbia reminds us that flooding continues to be the most frequent and costly natural disaster in Canada, causing on average over $1 billion in direct damage to homes, property, and infrastructure annually. The events in British Columbia will significantly rise this average. An estimated $8.5 billion has been committed to provinces through the disaster financial assistance arrangements since it was created in 1970. But, Mr. Speaker, 97% of these costs have occurred over the last 25 years, and we are seeing an exponential increase in these expenses. As the member opposite mentioned, there is also the Disaster Mitigation Fund, the Disaster Financial Assistance. All of those things will be available, but I want to assure him, in our conversations with the provinces and territories, it's clear we have to make more significant investments to help our province and territorial partners build critical infrastructure that is sustainable, resilient, and adaptive to the new climate reality. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for Public Safety. About a month ago, I, together with the member for Abbotsford and Mishimatsqui Fraser Canyon, met with the mayor of Abbotsford. My riding of Langley-Aldergrove touches the western part of Abbotsford. And he summoned us to this meeting to explain some of the weaknesses in the diking system around Sumas Prairie, that a request for federal assistance funding of about $500 million had been turned down once again. In retrospect, that would have been money well spent on strengthening the diking system. Will the Minister acknowledge that we are unprepared for the immediate realities of climate change and extreme weather events? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
I want to thank the member for the question and for his advocacy on behalf of the community. And I know the mayor of Abbotsford well, and I visited that town. And whenever I go to that town, I make a point of going to see the mayor. And I know he's a strong advocate for his community. But I also want to acknowledge that the event that has just transpired with, and I'm a little reluctant to use the term unprecedented, but an absolutely incredible amount of rainfall falling in that basin, and that water going in, obviously overcoming the existing diking system and almost overcoming, and thank God it didn't, as a result of incredible work from people from Chilliwack coming down and helping at the Barrowtown pumping station to sandbag it, but it managed to save that circumstance. It's very clear that we need to make significant new investments, and I can also tell you there are approximately 120 Canadian Armed Forces members in Abbotsford today, and they're helping restore that dike and in order to deal with the weather event. We're watching the weather very closely over the next several days, and there's going to be up to 70 millimeters of rainfall in the Fraser Valley again over the coming 10 or 11 days, and so we're making sure that the infrastructure is there in the short term. In the long term, there's much more work to do.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out that the minister is apparently very sincere, and in a debate like tonight's, I think we need to leave aside partisanship and work all together. So on behalf of the bloc, I'd like to express our sympathy, and we stand in solidarity with our friends in BC during this ordeal. Some people are having the worst times of their lives right now, and these memories will remain with them for the rest of their lives. So we have to do everything we can, because the present is what matters right now. But we have to think of the future, too. Would my colleague agree with me that the Liberal promises to cut subsidies to oil companies, these are promises that have been around for years? How is it that they still haven't done that? Would my colleague not agree with me that that has to be followed through on? The Honourable Minister.
Thank the member, and I very much appreciate the bloc's expression of solidarity in this time of great challenge for Canadians right across the country. And we know this week and in the past few weeks, the problems have been centered very much in British Columbia, but we're now seeing significant rain events impacting the people of Nova Scotia and now Newfoundland, and we've of course experienced similar, actually the impact of floods has been even more difficult in many aspects of areas of Quebec. So I think there is agreement. There is national consensus that more must be done. And I think there's a growing consensus in this country, certainly shared by the members on this House, that we must take bolder and more ambitious climate action in order to address, what is becoming far too obvious, the impact of climate change on the everyday lives and safety of Canadians. And so we are ambitious in our plans to address climate change, and we also understand it's not just simply, I think it's not going to be necessary to build back a cleaner and greener economy for Canada. But we also have to create a more resilient economy, a more resilient society, to ensure the safety of our communities and our citizens in their homes and in their communities, to maintain essential supply lines. All of those things are being impacted by climate events. And so we share the ambition, and we are committed to working with you and hard to address the real impacts that we're seeing every single day that climate change is impacting on the lives of Canadians.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Before going to the next member, I just want to remind the honourable members, when addressing each other, please address yourselves through the chair and not directly across. The honourable member for, resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking the wonderful people of Abbotsford for continuing to support my work in this House and my representation of their interests as their MP. Notwithstanding the disaster that has befallen our community, I'm confident that the people of Abbotsford are up to the enormous task of recovering and rebuilding from the calamity that has engulfed us. And by now, Canadians will have heard, and indeed much of the rest of the world has taken notice of the catastrophe that struck our peaceful Fraser Valley and other sections of southern British Columbia. And like Noah of old, we were told that an historic weather event was on its way, and the climatologists called it an atmospheric river. That was a term unfamiliar to most of us. We certainly had no idea how bad and devastating that event would be. Mr. Speaker, in all of my years living in Greater Vancouver and in the Fraser Valley, I have never, ever experienced so much rain. In fact, it rained so hard, the rainfall set records in 20 of our local communities. For example, Abbotsford, 173 millimeters of rain within a 24-hour period. Chilliwack, 219 millimeters. Hope, 252 millimeters. All at one time, and the destruction was enormous. Creeks and rivers cascaded down mountainsides, overflowed their banks, and surged across floodplains. Waterlogged hillsides collapsed and became rock and mudslides that buried and destroyed highways and bridges, rail lines, hydro and telecommunication lines, and other critical infrastructure. Culverts, drainage pipes, ditches, all overwhelmed. Roads were closed as massive puddles and ponds formed on many roadways throughout our region. Dikes were breached in many places, especially in Abbotsford. Our Barrowtown pump station was overwhelmed and was on the verge of collapse. Homes, businesses, and farms became submerged. Whole communities like Merritt and Princeton had to be evacuated. Flooding also set off explosions and at least one fire that destroyed at least one business in Abbotsford. Manure pits were compromised and have begun polluting the gathering floodwaters and the surrounding land. Livestock ran out of feed, and thousands of animals drowned or had to be euthanized. In some communities, entire sewer and water systems were overrun and collapsed. Vehicles, machinery, and other property were swept away. 17,000 British Columbians across our province had to be evacuated. Communities such as Hope and Lytton and Chilliwack were left completely stranded as all transportation routes were cut off, at least temporarily. And hoarding and sadly even isolated looting has led to empty store shelves in some of our communities. In my hometown of Abbotsford, the situation went from bad to worse to desperate. Homes on hillsides began to flood as gutters and drain pipes just couldn't handle the excessive rain. And then the Sumas River began to breach its dikes that had been constructed to drain Sumas Prairie some 100 years ago. To make matters worse, the Nooksack River in the state of Washington to the south of us also began to flood and washed over the border into Canada and across Sumas Prairie. Riverbanks and roadbeds began to erode, compromising flood protection and the safety of travel on those very roads. So as the flooding became worse, our number one priority was human safety. And then it was animal rescue, and lastly, it was protection of property. So the call went out for help from anywhere, from anyone. And our community stepped up big time. Local city officials led by Mayor Braun and BC's Emergency Support Services supervised the logistical response on the ground and oversaw the evacuation of hundreds of residents to drier ground. The Canadian Armed Forces also helped out with this effort, evacuating people and animals from flooded areas and transporting equipment and feed to where it was most needed. Farmers from all over began helping each other move livestock to drier ground and clean up flooded homes and outbuildings. In fact, there's one story that made it to the national news, Mr. Speaker. It was one of our residents who took a sea-doo out on the floodwaters and helped pull cattle to safety, if you can imagine that. And Mr. Speaker, organizations like our local churches offered food and shelter to those needing it. Organizations like Archway and the Salvation Army and the Mennonite Central Committee and the Red Cross also provided food, shelter, clothing, and counseling, as did community volunteers who offered their homes and food to stranded travelers in places like Hope. Our trucking industry mobilized and was able to deliver hundreds upon hundreds of dump truck loads of fill to the dike breach at the number 4 road breach, thereby staunching the flow of water from the Sumas River and finally allowing the prairie to begin to drain. And gratefully, our local city workers and volunteers and armed forces were able to sandbag and keep the Barrowtown pump station operating. Thank goodness. Even performers Rosemary Siemens and Eli Bennett entertained displaced residents at Abbotsford's Tradex building at no charge.
Awesome.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I was among a number of local MPs who traveled to Ottawa and met with a number of ministers from the federal government who are responsible for the federal flood response, including the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, and I thank him for taking that meeting, and the Minister of Pacific Economic Development, who was here just a moment ago. I guess I'm not allowed to say that, but he's president, he was president, and sharing with us this immense disaster that is being borne by communities across British Columbia. We are deeply grateful to the thousands of Canadians who have stepped up to donate relief and aid in recovery efforts. Special thanks to the University of the Fraser Valley, the Abbotsford Community Foundation, and the Abbotsford Chamber of Commerce for setting up the Abbotsford Disaster Relief Fund to manage the outpouring of generosity from Canadians across our country. Mr. Speaker, again, I'll repeat that. It's the Abbotsford Disaster Relief Fund. If they Google it, they'll find it on the internet. And again, a big thank you to Canadians across this great country of ours for stepping up and delivering and donating and helping out. Well, Mr. Speaker, there are serious economic consequences to this disaster. Both major rail lines, CP and CN, are badly damaged and will take time to fully repair. Now, the good news is that today, CP began to travel on its tracks again, and I understand that tomorrow, CN will be doing the same. Woo. Great. So it's always nice to have a glimmer of hope in the horizon. I also note that Highways 1, 3, 5, and Highway 7 have all been badly damaged by rock and mudslides and were closed for days. In fact, the Highway 5, the Coquihalla, will take a lot of time to restore to its former condition. It is a mess. And then there's the Vancouver Port, which is Canada's largest, which has logistically been cut off from the rest of the country. That alone has stranded much of the $550 million a day worth of cargo that enters and leaves our port. Now, think of that, over $500 million a day going in and out of our port that is stranded. Right now, it's impossible to send consumer goods and food eastward across the Rockies by truck and rail. Another thing many British Columbians forget is that 50% of all farm gate revenues in British Columbia emanate from Abbotsford. We are the heart of farming country in British Columbia, and much of that has been stranded. For example, as the flood got worse, our farmers found it increasingly difficult to buy feed for their cattle, chickens, and other livestock. Dairy farmers desperately scrambled to get their cows to higher ground and ended up having to dump milk because there was no way to get it to the processors. And the processors then had no way of getting their products, their tasty products, to other markets across Canada. Schools were closed as teachers were unable to move across the flood zone to teach students in another part of our region. Businesses and stores in or close to the flood zone were shut down, at least temporarily. Traffic in some parts of our region became badly snarled as key transportation corridors were shut down due to damaged roads and roadbeds. And that included, Mr. Speaker, the Trans-Canada Highway, Highway 1, which connects us to the rest of Canada. As the flooding recedes, it will take some time for engineers to determine the structural integrity of that major highway. Tens of thousands of cars and trucks travel that road every single day. There are massive economic consequences as everyday trade and commerce has been badly disrupted. In fact, the pre-existing supply chain constraints that were already creating significant inflationary pressures on our economy and on Canadians have been exacerbated by this event. It will take years to assess the economic damage this flood will inflict upon our country. Suffice it to say that the damage and cost will be in the many billions of dollars. Now, what are the human consequences, Mr. Speaker? Perhaps the most important ones. Sadly, at least 4 people have lost their lives as a result of this atmospheric river event. The education of our children has been disrupted. Businesses have been badly damaged and in some cases lost. Families have lost their homes, including heirlooms and memorabilia, and will need to rebuild and renovate. In many cases, insurance is non-existent or is insufficient to replace lost property. Some employees have lost their ability to work due to the flood. In other words, life in general has, again, right after the COVID event, been disrupted through a weather event. So the emotional and mental health costs will be enormous. So, where are we now? Well, the floodwaters, the minister is quite right. The floodwaters are beginning to recede. But, sadly, more flood events are on their way. In fact, the first one appears to be arriving tonight. That's not good news. And there's a couple of other weather events right behind it. So we're not through this yet. Again, we don't know how bad this will be, but it'll put further pressure on our dike, pump, and drainage systems. Farmers and displaced homeowners are now beginning to clean up their homes and barns, hoping for the best, that this is as bad as it's going to get. There's rotting debris everywhere, as might be expected, including canisters, barrels, and containers carrying unknown substances. Some of these almost certainly toxic. We know there are pesticides floating around on Sumas Prairie. Not good. It's estimated that some 2,000 cattle have died in this flood and will quickly have to be removed and disposed of. Oil slicks have been identified from the air, and attempts are being made to identify the source of those slicks. Some other good news. Highway 7 is partially open. Highway 3 is open again. My hope is that at least 1 or 2 lanes of the Trans-Canada Highway will soon be restored for traffic. Also good news. The pumps at Barrowtown, the last defense before we are drowned by the mighty Fraser River, are still working.
Hear, hear.
And the Sumas Dike has been temporarily repaired and is holding. Sadly, there are those who chose our time of need and solidarity to engage in public finger-pointing. It's a very small minority, but they're out there. To be sure, the time for finger-pointing will come. There's more than enough blame to go around for our failure to be fully prepared for this event. But right now, as my colleague from Matsqui Mission, Fraser Canyon, has repeatedly said, it's time for all hands on deck and for a Team Canada approach to this disaster. And I appreciate the minister's remarks as well. He clearly wants to be part of this Team Canada approach. We stand with him in helping the residents of the Fraser Valley, the rest of British Columbia, recover from this event. So what have we learned from this massive weather event? Firstly, time is not on our side. These kinds of events will occur with increasing regularity. The effects of a changing climate are becoming increasingly self-evident as we experience more heat domes, forest fires, droughts, massive rainstorms, and other types of weather events. Secondly, we were not prepared for this event, even though we should have seen it coming. In fact, I have in my hands, Mr. Speaker, a report. It's less than a year old to City Council in Abbotsford, highlighting the efforts that have been made over the years to try to address the flood problems in Abbotsford. This is less than 1 year old. Everybody's implicated. There was even an international task force struck that included representatives of the federal government, provincial government, municipal government, the Americans. So this should have come as no surprise to us, Mr. Speaker. The bottom line, we all knew what the risks were and should have seen it coming, but nothing substantive was ever done about it. Thirdly, our advanced emergency warning system wasn't timely or rigorous enough. Had we taken warnings seriously, surely some of our residents would have been able to evacuate earlier and save their animals and property. Fourth, we've also learned that our diking and other drainage infrastructure is much too old and insufficient to handle future events like this. Dikes will need to be raised and upgraded to modern seismic standards. Riverbanks will need to be reinforced to ensure they are able to withstand future rain events. Fifth, we will need to reevaluate the future flood risks of the Fraser River giving way, pouring over the bikes, breaching our dikes, which providentially, Mr. Speaker, they didn't, and the extent to which we will prohibit dredging of that river in order to preserve fish habitat. Now let me be clear, habitat is critical to the long-term sustainability of our fisheries, but there's also human life and property to consider. The reality is that increasing numbers of sandbars in the Fraser are redirecting the river flow against the existing dikes, these old dikes, eroding the foundations of this aging infrastructure. So I say to the Ministers of Environment, Fisheries, Infrastructure, Public Safety, and Emergency Preparedness, the federal government must act immediately to address this problem, and it's an expensive one, granted. Our country will also need a comprehensive adaptation plan to address future weather-related events like this one. Now, I noticed that yesterday's throne speech referenced the government's intention to develop a national adaptation strategy. And now this all sounds fine and dandy, but I certainly hope this isn't another one of the Prime Minister's empty virtue-signaling promises. This strategy and corresponding plan will take massive investments into infrastructure, certainly into the billions of dollars. The strategy must also call for greater awareness to be built into our local government planning and regulatory processes to ensure that we beef up resiliency. Finally, the recovery effort will require significant funding and logistical support from all levels of government. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know we all mourn the loss of life that this flood has brought about and the massive loss and displacement that has taken place throughout southern British Columbia. Gratefully, Abbotsford has not yet seen loss of life, and I know from speaking to my constituents that they have not lost hope of a brighter future yet to come. But the responsibility to secure that future and ensure that future generations can live out the Canadian dream rests with us. They're properly elected federal representatives. In the coming weeks and months, we Conservatives will be calling on this Liberal government to step up and be counted in delivering the necessary support to communities like Abbotsford that have been devastated by this flood. We will be calling upon the government to make the smart yet expensive investments that will keep our people and property safe. We'll call upon the Liberal government to partner with the province and the U.S. to ensure that in the future, more timely advance notice of such events is given to affected communities. Now, Mr. Speaker, in closing, even though we BCers are grateful for the outpouring of support we've received from our Canadian family during this time of need, I know with absolute certainty that we can and probably should have done better. Do better in planning for such disasters, better in adapting, better in making long-term investments for public safety, and better in supporting each other through timely communications and information sharing. The devastation of this rainstorm did not have to happen, but it did. So let's learn from it. Future generations are counting on us. I look forward to my colleagues' questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
I'd like to thank the member for his comments, and my prayers and my thoughts are with the people of his riding, just as they are with my riding of Sydney, Victoria, that's seeing unprecedented rain in some places, 200 millimeters of rain, that have seen bridges come out and flooding that's unprecedented. And I'm glad that we're talking about lessons learned in this House. And I'm reminded of a lesson that Chief Seattle once said in that area in 1854 when he said, "Man did not weave the web of life. He is merely a strand. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself." And I'm wondering, what are we learning? And I understand that the member mentioned some of the learning things about preparedness and what the money that we have to invest moving forward. But I wonder if the member could comment a bit about what lessons we are learning forward that we need to take forward as the House of Commons on how better we should be treating our environment or the web of life that we are a part of, not in charge of, but the web of life that we belong to.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would respond that the web of life he refers to is part of a changing environment. Adaptation is absolutely critical. We're finding that out more and more. The other lesson I draw from this terrible event is the fact that we as a senior level of government, we actually have the power and the resources to address these issues by investing in advance, up front. For example, in my community of Abbotsford, there have been no major diking investments since early in the Harper years, when I think $6 million was given to the local community to upgrade dikes. But this is not a $1 million problem. It is a $1 billion problem because it affects the Fraser River from Chilliwack all the way down to Richmond. And if those dikes breach, it is a calamity of a scale we can't even begin to imagine. So investing now, I implore you as members on the government side, impress upon your Minister of Finance, incorporate into the next budget a significant component to address improving, upgrading our existing infrastructure and expanding it so that we'll never have this kind of a calamity again.
Once again, I want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the chair and not directly across. It's just I know it gets, we get impassioned. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take 3 seconds to thank the fantastic constituents of Jonquière who gave me confidence, put their faith in me once again, as well as my spouse. And I want to thank her. I would say to my colleague from Abbotsford that in 1996, the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean had the same thing happen. And I can reiterate to him my support. I remember that after 96, there's something that hasn't been mentioned yet, is that there were many people who had traumatic problems, and there was a chair of research at the University of Quebec in Kootenay that was established to deal with these kinds of traumas and mental health issues, and I would be pleased, if he wishes it, to put him in contact with these people. And it would be my pleasure as well to provide the information. He talked about an Abbotsford fund. Perhaps it would be interesting for all parliamentarians today to be able to pass out this information. Thank you.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank him for those very generous remarks, and I take him up on the offer. If he wants to send me that information, I would welcome it. I didn't sense there was a question there, but I do sense that around this House here, there's a clear understanding that these kinds of crises can be averted. Now, we can't stop the weather from happening. We can certainly do our part to address the challenge of climate change. But these events are going to continue to happen on an even more regular basis. We do have tools available to us to reduce or completely eliminate the harm to human beings and to property. Let's use those tools together. And I think we'll be serving our constituents and Canadians very well by doing so.
Well,
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is British Columbia's third state of emergency just this year. The climate crisis is here, and it is hurting communities. It is displacing people. It is costing lives. And we need to spend what it takes on disaster management, on adaptation, on supporting the communities who have been impacted. We also need to spend what it takes on tackling the climate crisis and reducing emissions. But when it comes to reducing emissions, Canada has the worst record of any G7 country. So does the member agree that this government needs to take immediate, bold action to tackle the climate crisis and help prevent disasters like the ones that my home province is experiencing right now?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Our home province. Thank you. And I thank her for that question. I would agree with her that over the years, this government has set targets, never been on a trajectory to meet those targets, then set higher targets, of course not on trajectory to meet those targets, then setting a net zero by 2050 target, which the Prime Minister knows he will never be around to ever have to defend that target or to justify his failure. So it's easy to virtue signal and set targets that you know you're never going to meet. I would think that we as Canadians now are prepared to be firm and to put in place a plan that sets out realistic targets and that has a firm plan to meet those targets. Now, I know the Prime Minister will claim that his plan is going to meet those targets. There is nothing in his past performance to show that his future performance will live up to those promises. That's the standard I look at. What has he done in the past? And what will he do in the future? And his past performance doesn't give us much hope. So I hope he's going to be better going forward. But right now, we're looking at a failed climate policy from this government.
And comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Not having had the chance to say so earlier this week, I wanted to start by offering you my heartfelt congratulations on your election on behalf of the Green Caucus. Your role in this 44th Parliament is a critical one, and I know already you're doing it with grace and integrity. Au moment où je prends la parole,
as I rise to speak, it's the first time that I do so, and I am struck by the sacred space here called the Chamber of Commons.
House. I hope this sense of awe is never extinguished, because with it comes a sense of responsibility to discuss constructively, to disagree without being disagreeable, and most of all, to be respectful in this place. I'd also like to publicly thank my neighbors in Kitchener Centre for placing their trust in me. My question this evening picks up on one asked by the honourable member for Victoria yesterday. Fossil fuels are the primary contributor to the climate crisis, accounting for almost or over 75% of global greenhouse gas emissions. As such, we must stop burning oil, gas, and coal at the pace that scientists like the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change have called for. In Canada, this means at least a 60% reduction by 2030. And we must be honest with ourselves. It's the combustion of fossil fuels that in turn fuel the climate emergency and the extreme weather that has led to this emergency debate and to lives lost and infrastructure crumbled in BC. Yet, in the midst of this state of emergency, our federal government continues to subsidize the domestic oil and gas sector, estimated at $17 billion in 2020. My question for the honourable member is, does he not agree it's time to reinvest these funds in people working in the oil and gas industry, in their future, and in the communities hardest hit, needing the funds not only to recover, but as the member has mentioned, to also adapt? Thank you.
The honourable member for Abbotsford in 45 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit disappointed with that member's question. Here we are debating perhaps the disaster of our lifetime, an historic disaster across southern British Columbia. This is not about a fight over oil and gas. This is about the people of Abbotsford of the Fraser Valley, of the Fraser Canyon, the interior of British Columbia, who are suffering immensely right now. They don't want to have a fight right now about oil and gas. What they want is an assurance from this government that this government will be there for them, and that in the future this government will deliver the kinds of infrastructure investments that will ensure that this never ever happens again to them.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time rising in the House during this 44th Parliament, and I'd like to take this occasion to thank the voters in Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia for placing their trust in me once again. I thank them so much. I would also wish to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, for your re-election as Speaker. And I also thank the Green Party for having led to this debate tonight, such an important debate. I also appreciate the presence tonight of the Environment Minister as well as the Emergency Preparedness Minister. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I wish to express my solidarity toward all those affected by the current disaster. And I want them all to know that we are ready to work with all parliamentarians to ensure that the people of British Columbia receive the assistance that they need. As you know, Mr. Speaker, heavy rainfall has led to flooding in the Fraser Valley region. 4 people have already lost their lives, and there have been massive damages to infrastructure. An atmospheric river has caused 300 millimeters of rainfall in a 2-day span on November 14th and 15th, and the region continues to experience bad weather. Water is not being absorbed in the ground, so it is sliding downwards and destroying everything in its path. This is the effects of the forest fires that occurred in British Columbia a few months ago. According to Environment Canada, the region might have another storm tonight with 40 to 80 additional millimeters of rainfall. The flooding in British Columbia may be the most expensive natural disaster in the history of Canada. And I wish to say once again that our hearts go out to the people of British Columbia. We are far from British Columbia, but we have been watching. We have seen the extensiveness of the damage and just how hard it is. I've seen videos of farmers on the water in watercraft on what remains of their fields trying to save their animals. Thousands of animals are still there, and there have been major impacts on agriculture. And in fact, roadways linking southern British Columbia to the rest of Canada have been cut off. The Greater Vancouver area is cut off from the rest of the country. It is truly surreal. 100 or so Indigenous communities have been affected and are waiting for resupply by helicopter. I wish to thank, with all my heart, the teams and crews on the ground day and night bringing humanitarian relief to impacted communities. And the Vice Prime Minister announced that the federal government would provide financial support for rebuilding efforts, and we welcome that decision. When we have disasters like this, we understand just how important it is to really, truly work together. But we also understand how important it is to focus on prevention and rebuilding as well as on resilience. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, we are not debating or determining whether the current flooding is the direct or indirect result of climate change, because we do know that climate change events, extreme ones, they impact our way of life and our societies, and they are increasing, and it will increase due to climate change. And what we're seeing right now is a preview of what the future has in store for us. These events are on the rise, and so we need to act. We need to take stronger action and faster action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in order to control global temperature rise. This is mitigation, and we also need to focus on adaptation to climate change, for example, upgrading infrastructure. That's what I mean when I refer to adaptation. We need to take action right now. In fact, we should have taken action yesterday, a long time ago. We need to take more action. We need to deploy more efforts and more investments in mitigation and adaptation. Today, in British Columbia, it is time to repair the damages and to offer support, but we must also look to the future and be better prepared for similar situations. We cannot afford to not be better prepared. As I was saying earlier, it is not the time to determine right now whether these events and these floods are directly linked to climate change, but we do notice that the droughts, which caused forest fires, occurred in British Columbia a few months ago, and now the flooding, well, it's probably not a coincidence. So all this said, what should we do? What can we do for prevention? The government needs to be asking itself these questions. I just returned from COP26 in Glasgow. Everyone had great intentions. Everyone was there working in good faith. We even had an entire day dedicated to the theme of adaptation and mitigation. What came out of that meeting? Some good, of course, some ambitious promises, but nothing to prepare us in the short term for dealing with situations like what we have in British Columbia. That's why we in the Bloc want to insist on the importance of the energy transition. We know it will be expensive, but not doing so will be even more expensive in financial and human costs. We must take advantage of restarting the economy, of economic recovery, in order to do this more than necessary energy transition and build a more resilient society when it comes to dealing with the consequences of climate changes and especially the increased frequency of extreme climate events. In summer 2020, we developed a green recovery plan, and during the last campaign, we proposed a fund, creating a fund dedicated to protecting shorelines and fighting against erosion. We can't help but lament that the government calls itself a leader in the fight against climate change, but then doesn't actually walk the talk when it comes to energy transition and getting out of fossil fuels. Yesterday, the speech from the throne was delivered. We had some elections recently. We wonder whether they were really necessary. Why was it so important to have elections? Now the parliament is quite similar, but we're dealing with exactly the same problems that we had before the election. In fact, we just wasted time. And with climate change and climate crisis, we are running out of time as well. Island countries, developing countries, less wealthy countries, those who emit the least greenhouse gases but are the most affected by climate change, they fear running out of time. And in fact, even scientists know that we are running out of time. We're going to run out of time if we don't change course. We have to change course. It's crazy to think that we're going to be able to limit greenhouse gas emissions or reduce them, all while the Canadian oil industry announces that it will increase its production in the next few years. We are going straight into a wall. We are not taking the right action. And there is so much to do, Mr. Speaker. There was a lot of vagueness in the speech from the throne yesterday, some vague promises about climate action, and that was not reassuring, not at all. I'd like to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that Quebec is a real leader in the fight against climate change. Quebec has everything it needs for the energy transition and to build a truly resilient and green economy. And Canada should follow in Quebec's lead. In the long term, it won't be good for the Canadian economy to continue to invest in fossil fuels. We need to change how we do things. And when it comes to adaptation and mitigation, that won't be possible without infrastructure changes. Quebec's regions and other regions, like in British Columbia these past few months, have shown us that we have major needs when it comes to climate change adaptation. Our shorelines are retreating, and there is erosion of our shores. That is an example. Our regions are not safe from the devastating effects of natural disasters. Our fight against climate change must be based on mitigation and, of course, adaptation. The Bloc Québécois policy has been focused on protecting shores against retreat and erosion for many years now. During the last election, we proposed a fund for protecting shorelines from erosion with annual funding of $250 million. This funding must be ongoing and predictable. In Gaspésie, in Saint-Maxime-du-Mont-Louis, Route 132 collapsed and was taken by water, and this is the type of event that's going to continue to occur and reoccur. And don't try to buy a house near the river in Saint-Louis-sur-Mer in my riding, because not a single insurance company is going to give you any insurance, because they know that these houses are at risk, that they will be eventually flooded, This also happened in 2010 in the same municipality in Sainte-Flavie. Dozens of houses flooded, dozens of families displaced, and this is what's happening right now in British Columbia. Thousands of people are being affected by this. That's why it's not enough to just put a Band-Aid on it by repairing damage after climate events. No, we need to do prevention. And the investments through the Mitigation and Adaptation to Climate Disasters Fund, $3 billion over 10 years, that is not enough. It is not enough to build infrastructure that can really stand up against the effects of climate change. During the speech from the throne, yes, there was talk of investments to prevent some negative impacts of climate change, and there was talk of a national adaptation strategy, but the government must work with provinces and Quebec, work with them, not against them. We must all work together. This brings me to talk about mitigation. For a long time, we have been criticizing the fact that Canada has never reached its greenhouse gas reduction goals and continues to heavily subsidize the Canadian oil and gas industry rather than investing in renewable energy and in the green economy. And unfortunately, this government's real strength when it comes to the climate is its real strength at making promises, really, really nice promises, to distract attention from the fact that they are actually funding fossil fuels and other oil and gas and carbon-producing industries with taxpayer money. What we really need are measures, actions. We need a credible, believable, and transparent plan. We want more than promises. We're still waiting for such a plan. So here's my question to the government. Is the government ready to promise that it will not give the green light to new hydrocarbon development projects in Canada? Does the government agree that we should gradually reduce production of hydrocarbons? Does the government feel that Canada should follow in Quebec's footsteps? Quebec has truly committed to ending their hydrocarbon sector. Liberal MPs will repeat their promise. They'll answer me in repeating their promise that they're going to cap emissions from the oil and gas sector, limit them, reduce them. But their promise does not offer us a way out of carbon, oil and gas. And they say that these industries can be viable, that they can be green. This makes me think about what happened at the Glasgow Pact. After 10 days of negotiations, we had a text that did not even mention fossil fuels. Not a word, not a sentence acknowledging that the fossil fuel industry is one of the main culprits in the climate crisis. And we ended up protesting. Civil society protested. And then finally was included in the text one sentence which it doesn't really mean much, and I quote, it's countries commit to speed up efforts to eventually have less inefficient subsidies for fossil fuels. But speed up our action, that's not a strong commitment. Where was the backbone of Canada's representation to stand up and oppose this sort of watered-down declaration? This text, this final text, gives the governments of 200 countries basically the green light to continue to fund the climate crisis. This is the text that came out of a global conference on the climate. A conference whose goal was to do everything possible to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. If we continue to subsidize oil and gas, we will not reach our goals, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberals have finally committed to end subsidies to fossil fuels after investing and granting $10.7 billion a year to the fossil fuel industry, not to mention how expensive Trans Mountain was. But there's a catch because, in fact, the Office of the Auditor General asked the government in 2019 to define what they meant by inefficient subsidies. and the finance minister refused to provide a definition. This new Liberal promise thus leads us to believe that new subsidies to fossil fuels will just be hidden subsidies. And what's worse is that this is all being done in the name of climate change and with taxpayer money, which will go to oil and gas in Canada. How much more money will Canada sink into helping polluters pollute less rather than helping innovative industries build the economy of tomorrow? The grey hydrogen strategy in Canada and other programs will be very, very expensive. Liberal inaction is expensive. We are already paying millions to develop unproven technology which could be used at some point, which will be too late for Canada to reach its GHG reduction goals for 2030. All this to produce so-called less polluting oil and gas rather than having a real energy transition. And if all of this is how the Liberal government is fighting climate change, well, we need to really take things with a grain of salt when the Liberals talk to us about their spending and about their programs to fight climate change. These investments, they are really just hidden subsidies for the Canadian oil and gas industry. Is the government ready to commit once and for all to putting an end to the Canadian oil and gas industry and carbon-producing industries? Can they admit that green oil and gas doesn't really exist? That's the type of talk we'd like from the Liberals. Today, as I said, we must be standing in solidarity with British Columbia more than ever, but we also need to help in the short term and in the long term. We need an ambitious plan for the future to prevent extreme climate events like this one, which will be increasingly frequent. I would like to state once again that the Bloc Québécois is willing to work with all parliamentarians and work with them to support British Columbia and help them find solutions for today and tomorrow. Question.
Hey, there you go. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly a pleasure to rise. I'd like to thank my colleague from Quebec for her sympathy with British Columbians that are going through a very difficult time. And while the focus of this debate should be on that, she did bring in a bit of a wider scope, and I'd like to ask her the following. So before I ask the question, just to say I agree with her. The government, in the throne speech, talked about adaptation strategy that would be due in 2023. This is the same government that promised in 2019 to plant 2 billion trees. My family has planted more trees than the government from that initiative. So Mr. Speaker, the question is, she mentioned that the Bloc does not support the use of subsidies to oil and gas developed here in Canada. So my question, Mr. Speaker, to her, does she believe that carbon capture, utilization, and storage, would, to the Bloc, count as a subsidy? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matan, Matapedia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. And I thank him for bringing that up. I know that he and I agree on many things, surprisingly. 2 billion trees, that was announced by the Liberal government and it was written down somewhere, but in the speech from the throne there wasn't much concretely speaking, so it was hard to read in between the lines to really understand what the government's adaptation strategy will be. For example, subsidies to help polluters pollute less. Will that be effective? Unfortunately, I think not. I think that today and now we need to invest in green energy, renewable energy. We need to invest in industries that will help us reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We should not be using taxpayer money to invest in that sort of technology because we don't even know if it works or if it's going to actually lead to lower emissions. Quebec is really a leader. We use wind energy and water energy. These are the types of solutions that we should really be leveraging while supporting those industries. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague My colleague, I have a few questions for her. She spoke about carbon. There is now an act in Canada which will prevent the production of carbon electricity as of sometime between now and 2030. And we are also putting a price on pollution. In fact, it's the highest in the world. It's higher than Quebec's, higher than British Columbia's, higher than California's, and as of next year, it'll be higher even than the price in the European Union, which started its system about 15 years ago. I wonder whether my colleague is aware of the historic investments that we are making in public transit, $25 billion. And there are 300 public transit projects that we are supporting, which are currently being built. We are supporting these projects everywhere in Canada. And as for fossil fuels and subsidies, we have committed to ending these 2 years earlier than all other G20 countries, because other countries committed to doing so by 2025, and we've committed to doing so by 2023. No other countries in the G20 have committed to doing so by 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his question. And yes, I'm aware of all these investments made over the last few months and years. I'm glad that these investments have been made, and I think that Canada has a good international reputation. It even stated that it would stop investing taxpayers' money in oil and gas projects abroad. We would like it to stop doing the same thing domestically. We want to avoid these camouflaged investments in polluting industries. We want to ensure that polluters pay instead of being paid. We want to stop helping polluters to pollute. We need to aim for net zero. We need to cap production. We need to rethink the way we do things. We need to concentrate on that. Despite everything that's been announced, what's been announced is simply not enough because we're in the middle of a climate crisis. Thank you. Questions and comments?
I'll do this one correctly, and I apologize. I would get that one wrong. Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations on your position, and I promise, thank you. And I promise I will give you many more opportunities to say my riding name in the days ahead.
We know you will.
As a member from Alberta, I want to share the strong sense of solidarity the people in Alberta feel with British Columbians. We obviously have a close and special relationship with BC. Many families cross that provincial boundary. There's a lot of people who travel back and forth on a regular basis. Since many members have spoken about the issue of climate change, I know this is a tense time in Canada for many reasons. And I think it's very important that all members of Parliament be committed to having these debates in a way that respect the rule of law and that oppose any form of violence. Unfortunately, we have an environment minister who's shown in his past track record that he does not have a respect for the rule of law when it comes to engaging in these conversations around the environment. And I wonder if the member from the Bloc will take this opportunity to condemn in particular the horrific comments made by David Suzuki saying that pipelines will be bombed. Can we have a clear consensus in this House that the way forward on these issues is through peaceful dialogue and discussion rather than through law-breaking or violence?
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Regarding climate change, well, the Bloc Québécois is always going to want the Liberal government to do more. But when it comes to who we're siding with, between the Conservatives and the Liberals, well, I think we need to be optimistic about the fact that the current Environment Minister was appointed. Because given his track record, he's exactly the kind of minister that we need in order to be able to limit greenhouse gas emissions. I do not agree with what my colleague said, therefore. I think there is a lot that remains to be done. David Suzuki said a great many things at COP26 about what Canada has done. The Prime Minister, in 2015, after the election, said that Canada was back on the international stage to fight climate change. And yet a few years later, he bought a pipeline. Therefore, Canada's action on climate change is dubious. But I think we should still let bygones be bygones and be optimistic for the future. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government is spending as much every 3 months on subsidies to oil and gas companies as it plans to spend on its mitigation fund for the next 10 years. So when this government talks about its transition, it's actually transition to more fossil fuels. And it's no good to say that these subsidies will be effective. These subsidies could have been eliminated ever since the Liberals' first mandate, but it wasn't done. I would like my colleague to tell us what else we could do with the $10 or $11 billion that are spent annually on oil and gas companies to help us with our green transition. The honourable member for Avignon, L'Amitié Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mirabel. I think this is the second time he's risen in the House. He's doing a great job and he's very familiar with this topic. I'd like to thank him for all of his expertise. When I saw that after Glasgow, there was this discussion of the difference between efficient and inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. I will repeat what I said earlier. We don't want to help polluters keep polluting. We want to take taxpayer money and invest it in green energy, in solutions that will help us for the future, in the transition. Instead of talking about efficient fossil fuel subsidies, we need to cap emissions, cap production rather, and we need to reduce it gradually. And we need to collaborate with people in the industry because the Bloc Québécois supports these workers and wants to help them in the transition.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to you for being in the chair. It's good to see you there. And I thank the member for her very impassioned speech. And I know that for the NDP, one of our biggest concerns is the fact that we're seeing a Liberal government that says a lot of great things that people believe in, but they don't take the next step into action. And when we look at what's happening in British Columbia, where we're seeing communities being completely isolated, Indigenous communities isolated completely now because of this terrible weather incident, we know that that's just going to continue to grow because of climate change. I'm just wondering if the member could speak a little bit about what we need to see in this country in terms of action.
Une courte réponse du membre.
A quick answer from the member for Avignon, L'Amitié Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And it's a similar question to what we were asking ourselves during COP26. There were various announcements made by different countries, including several announcements made by Canada. And during the election campaign, during the previous parliament, the Liberal Party made many promises and commitments. But today, we really have to ask ourselves, where is the concrete implementation of all these promises? Where is the action plan? We want to limit greenhouse gas emissions. We want to reach net zero. Well, we need to start somewhere, and where are we going to start? We need to know. Industry wants to know too. Unions want to know. Because they may need to support workers in this much hoped for transition. We need a concrete, transparent plan, which will help us become more resilient.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll start by saying I'm going to share my time with the member for Burnaby South. And I'd like to open by saying that my heart goes out to all those British Columbians that have suffered hardships over the past days and weeks. Some have lost their loved ones in landslides. Others have lost homes and farms and their livelihoods. Some were stuck in vehicles for hours or days, wading through the dark and the rain, fearing that at any time another landslide might come down and engulf them. And I thank the first responders and the volunteers who have helped those on the highways, the brave members of 442 Transport and Rescue Squadron who flew Cormorant helicopters in very dangerous conditions from Comox to pluck maroon motorists off the Highway 7 between Agassiz and Hope. And the workers and volunteers who have struggled to save homeowners, rescue livestock, maintain and rebuild the dikes and pumps that were essential to keeping the losses to a minimum. I want to give a special shout out to the Gurdwaras, the Sikh temples around southern British Columbia, who got together and organized free food and aid to communities across the region. Mr. Speaker, on November 14th and through November 15th, an atmospheric river poured rain into the mountains of the BC coast. This is normally a wet time of year in coastal British Columbia, but 20 rainfall records were set that day, and several sites received an entire month of rain in 24 hours. The rain fell on mountain snowpacks, on soils saturated by previous storms, and in some cases soils and forests damaged by widespread fires the previous summer. Mudslides and debris flows roared down the steep mountain slopes to the roads and rail lines below. Rivers swelled to overwhelm bridges and other infrastructure. In a short period of time, all the highways and rail lines connecting Vancouver to the rest of Canada were damaged or destroyed. The Coldwater River flooded the town of Merritt. The Tulameen River took out homes along its path and then met the Similkameen River to flood the town of Princeton. Over 100 First Nations communities were impacted throughout the region. The Nooksack River in northern Washington state overtopped its banks and its waters finding the low ground of Sumas Prairie in Abbotsford, flooding some of the best farmland in the country. A series of mudslides on Highway 99 west of Lillooet buried cars and trucks, killing at least 4 people. A 5th is still missing. 2 landslides along Highway 7 between Hope and Agassiz trapped hundreds of motorists in the darkness. Some of the highways were simply buried in mud and rocks and trees, but the Coquihalla Highway, the major freeway connecting the coast to the interior of British Columbia, was simply destroyed in several places. The Nicola River, fed by the swollen Coldwater, took out large sections of Highway 8. Both the CN and CP rail lines through the Fraser Canyon were badly damaged. The Trans Mountain Pipeline had to be shut down. All the critical supply chains between the south coast of British Columbia and the rest of the country were severed. Prairie grain shipments to the Port of Vancouver stopped. 3/4 of our grain is exported through that port. And almost all the goods imported into Canada from Asia come through Vancouver as well. That came to a shuddering halt. Perishable goods, including vegetables and milk, that are usually trucked to the interior British Columbia on a daily basis, disappeared quickly from store shelves throughout my riding and the rest of the region. This one-day rain event has laid bare many of the weaknesses in our supply chains and our transportation strategies. So what does the future hold? Well, in the immediate future, British Columbia is bracing for 2 more atmospheric rivers. One is beginning to hit the coast as we speak here tonight, and another one is scheduled to arrive on Friday. These storms will likely be not quite as wet as last week's devastating storm, but with soils saturated and floodwaters still present, they could easily bring more landslides and rise the floodwaters again. And we've heard about the flooding that's happening right now in Atlantic Canada. So what does this government need to do? Well, we've heard so much about climate action, and rightly so. We have to rapidly reduce our greenhouse gas emissions to limit the impact of climate change. But the global temperature increase we have seen to date is locked in. If we dropped our emissions to 0 tomorrow, we would still be facing a future with increased flooding, catastrophic fires, heat domes, and rising sea levels. The unfortunate truth is that we will continue emitting greenhouse gases for the next 3 decades at least, and these climate change impacts will only get worse. So we must also greatly increase our ambition in funding climate adaptation, getting ready for the changes that are locked in. Most climate adaptation funding from the federal government flows through the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, which disperses a few $100 million every year. It's chronically oversubscribed and therefore greatly underfunded. This disaster we're speaking of this evening will cost billions of dollars in rebuilding costs alone. The Abbotsford dikes may cost $1 billion just by themselves. And it's almost by definition a fund to rebuild after disasters rather than prepare communities to avoid disasters. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Insurance Bureau of Canada have reported that the annual infrastructure costs of climate change in Canada right now are $5.7 billion every year. The Canadian Institute for Climate Choices estimate that the present annual cost of flooding impacts alone in Canada are about $1.3 billion, and that will rise by 10 times over the rest of this century. So we need to have meaningful investments for adaptation, and we need to provide adequate supports for individuals and communities that have been devastated. Federal and provincial governments have downloaded a lot onto municipal governments when it comes to infrastructure, construction, and maintenance. These local governments need real help to rebuild dikes, roads, and other infrastructure. And they need a dedicated fund to help pay for forward-looking plans to strengthen infrastructure so it is ready for the climate of 2050 and 2100. The Coquihalla Highway is only 35 years old and was basically destroyed in one rainfall event. You know, we've heard of build back better, but we have to, when it comes to this infrastructure, we have to build stronger, build back stronger with bigger culverts, higher bridges, better designed dikes. And we need to look for nature-based solutions, planning for future flood events by allowing rivers to spill their banks in places where damage will be minimal, ensuring that mountain forests above communities and critical infrastructure are healthy and enough to intercept rain and hold moisture in their soils. We have to redesign our buildings. Over 500 people died in last summer's heat dome in British Columbia. 500. They were almost all low-income people living in apartments without air conditioning. We'll have more heat domes, and we cannot see a repeat of this carnage. We need to act now to make sure low-income people across this country can live in housing with affordable and effective heating and cooling. We could provide those buildings with heat pumps that could effectively heat and cool the homes with clean electricity. We need to fire-smart neighborhoods that are at the forest interface to reduce the chance that they will be destroyed by catastrophic wildfires. The way forward will be difficult, and I know from experience that these climate disasters are absolutely devastating to the people who've lost their homes and livelihoods. In my riding, the city of Grand Forks flooded in 2018. The aftermath of that flood and the rebuilding process has been very painful for that community. The citizens of Lytton are experiencing the same pain and frustration, and I know the towns of Merritt and Princeton face a similar prospect. So we must plan for this uncertain future and make sure that communities have funds necessary not only to rebuild after natural disasters, but to adapt to climate change before being impacted by future weather events. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and answers. Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my neighbouring Member of Parliament for his words tonight, and obviously we as British Columbians stand together and appreciate the fact that we have an emergency debate to be able to discuss these issues. At the tail end of his speech, Mr. Speaker, the member did talk about the experience of Grand Forks. I was just wondering if the member could please just give us a little bit more background exactly what happened, and also how the community is doing and what things perhaps we can use lessons learned to apply to the situation that are striking.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, to allow me to expand on that, because it is something that I think we should be doing, is learning from these disasters. Are very painful, and the least we can do is learn lessons from them. In this case of Grand Forks, much of the downtown area and a low-lying neighborhood on the other side of the Kettle River were flooded, and the city and the surrounding regional district applied for funding. They got funding from $20 million from the federal government, another $40 million or so from the provincial government to help rebuild the city. And what they decided to do was make sure this didn't happen again. And so they redesigned the dikes along the river to flow so that if the river flooded, the really low areas that were going to flood almost certainly again, there would be no homes there. They had to buy out the people who lived there. That's what divided and was very painful for this community. People had to give up their homes, and often because the funding wasn't, as adequate as a lot of people thought it should be, didn't have enough money to buy another home in the city. It was very difficult for the city council. It was very difficult for the people involved. So this is the kind of lessons that we have to look to make sure people don't have to go through that again. So designing our cities so that neighborhoods won't flood in the first place, and using innovative ways to make sure that we can make our communities safer in the future.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. I offer my full support to the people of Abbotsford. My stepson lives in British Columbia, and I have visited this region, which is an agriculture hub in Canada. I come from an agriculture region, so I understand the suffering, losses, and damages that they are experiencing. Now, when it comes for preparing for future climate events and storms, what would be the best way? Is the best type of prevention to invest directly in the fight on climate change? Because, yes, transferring funding for infrastructure to provinces like Quebec, provinces are the best place to know how to go about this. So is the best way to invest directly in fighting climate change?
In the West Kootenay.
Well, I thank you. I'd like to thank the member for that question. And I think the question was, should we develop, or should we spend federal monies directly, or should we flow them through the provinces? And in fact, the way it's done now is that they go through the provinces. The money I just talked about, rebuilding Grand Forks, that was a partnership between the federal government and the province, but the money went to the province, and the province then cooperated with the city as to how to spend that. That's how a lot of infrastructure funding in Canada works. The money from the federal government goes to the province, and the province decides how to spend that.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, mon chef agent. I want to thank everybody for being here for this emergency debate. I want to thank a previous member and colleague of mine from the New Democrats who brought this motion forward, as well as others who brought it forward. What's happening right now in BC has laid bare the reality that the climate crisis is not a problem for the future. It's another example of how the climate crisis is a reality we face today. And I'm certain we've seen enough examples that we no longer believe that this is just a question about making sure our children inherit a future and an environment that's safe. We have seen extreme weather in BC with forest fires. We've seen hotter and drier summers across the country, which have left many communities ravaged by forest fires. And now the floods in BC are devastating communities. And we've heard some of the examples of what's going on. We're seeing communities that are entirely washed out. There are parts of the Lower Mainland which were completely disconnected from other communities. We are seeing infrastructure completely destroyed. Homes have been destroyed. People are being displaced. Farms have been destroyed. This is the devastation of the climate crisis. And sadly, the reality is this isn't an exception. This is becoming the norm. And while right now our thoughts are with the communities that are impacted, and we are pushing for as much help as possible to be delivered, and communities are working to get back to a place where they can continue to be connected and they can get their roads fixed, we need to start looking at what we can do if this is going to be normal, if this is going to be what we expect. As my colleague brought out, that even if we tackle the climate crisis and we limit our emissions and we reduce our emissions, there is some climate crisis or there is some climate change that has already been baked in. We are going to see a rise in temperature. We are already seeing it, and that means extreme weather will become more common. So what do we do about it? Well, first, let's look at the impacts. It's not just actually in BC. Right now, we're talking about the incredibly horrible impacts in BC, but as we speak, there are extreme weather patterns happening in Newfoundland and Labrador. There's a community of Channel Porto Basque in Newfoundland, which is completely cut off as well. Their roads have been washed out. Trans-Canada highways have been washed out in Newfoundland. In Nova Scotia, Cape Breton has just right now, in the past couple hours, been hit with an incredible weather pattern where they're saying it'll take days or weeks for their communities to return back to normal. The entire country, the entire world is being gripped with extreme weather, which means more and more rainstorms and flooding, drier and drier summers, hotter and hotter summers. So what we need to do is acknowledge that we've got to take on this climate crisis with the urgency that it demands. And we've not seen that urgency from the part of this government. The urgency to respond to dire climate crisis means we need to start acting immediately. We need dramatic and bold steps to reduce our emissions. We need to invest in renewable energy, and we need to invest in these communities. And my colleague laid this out, but I want to be very clear on this. We need three things to be enhanced: our emergency preparedness, and we need the federal government to play a stronger role in this. We need to respond more quickly to these extreme weather circumstances and these disasters. We need disaster mitigation. We need to make investments ahead of time so that we're not just responding to a crisis, but instead we are investing in communities to make sure they're more resilient, that they're built in a way that they can withstand what is becoming more and more common. If extreme weather is more common, if extreme rainfall and flooding is going to be more common, then we need to build the infrastructure so these communities are more resilient. We know there is aging infrastructure, and that aging infrastructure is directly being impacted by the extreme weather. I was just in Nunavut, and Nunavut has a water crisis. And that water crisis right now, the early indications are again a direct result of the climate crisis. Warming temperatures, permafrost that's no longer frozen, that's warming, have resulted in shifts in the water supply infrastructure, which has created a contamination of hydrocarbon in Nunavut. So the water is poisoned in the largest community in Nunavut. And this is, again, a direct result of the climate crisis. We are being impacted across the country. We are being impacted across the world, and we need to start acting. And so one of our biggest pushes is that we need to see the federal government take a more active role to make those investments, to build more resilient communities. BC needs help. We need to be there in solidarity, and I appreciate some of the comments in the chamber of solidarity with the people of BC. That's greatly appreciated. We need to take care of our fellow Canadians, and we need to make sure that we are doing everything possible to prevent this from happening in the future. I want to take a moment to just talk about some of the incredible stories of support and solidarity. My colleague mentioned some folks in the Sikh community that stepped up and provided food and relief. We see, as Canadians, in difficult times, incredible stories of courage, incredible stories of support from folks that helped out those in need. And I want to acknowledge everyone that provided those supports. I want to acknowledge neighbors who looked out for their vulnerable community members, for vulnerable seniors. I want to acknowledge and thank people in their community who provided food and shelter to those in need. I want to acknowledge the frontline workers, the workers that provided supports to those that needed to be evacuated, the workers that provided support to those who needed health care supports, And I want to acknowledge all the communities that are right now housing evacuees from communities that can't go back to their homes. There are countless people across the province who've been evacuated and are being housed in neighboring communities, and the generosity and the open arms and warmth of those communities has to be acknowledged. And I want to thank everyone across the country, everyone across the province who's provided that support and provided that help. And while our response to this crisis is important, and so I'm going to encourage the Liberal government to do everything possible to provide the support to rebuild the highways, the bridges, the infrastructure that's been damaged. Again, I want to make a strong push. What we're seeing from this government when it comes to the climate crisis has been often a lot of pretty words. And I hope that this horrible disaster makes it clear the price of nice words and the cost of inaction. It's not good enough to talk about the climate crisis. It's not good enough to say that you care. It's not good enough to stand up in the House and say that you had the best plan in the last election. Put it to action. Let's see some concrete action. Canadians are demanding it. People across this country are demanding action. They are witnessing the impact of the climate crisis in their lives right now. And they're saying, do something about it. Canadians are fed up. They're frustrated. They want to see more empty promises. They want to see concrete actions. We want to see the investments and a real plan so that we can tackle the climate crisis. We want to see an opportunity to use this recovery as we move forward past the pandemic as an opportunity to create jobs in communities that need this infrastructure to be rebuilt, to create local jobs, to improve the infrastructure, and to build jobs of today and of tomorrow. While we are up against a horrible disaster, and in times of disaster we're focused on the tremendous loss, there is an opportunity here for us to do something that will build a brighter future. There's an opportunity for us to make investments in clean energy, to make investments in better infrastructure. There is an opportunity for us to take this horrible time and this disaster as motivation to do the right thing, to fight for the today and the tomorrow for our children, to take every step possible to protect our communities, to protect people, and to make sure we protect our future. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see you in the chair. I guess no more fisheries committee for you, eh? We've heard an impassioned plea from the honourable member for government to step in and do things, and government can indeed do that. One of the things that we have to be mindful of is the continuity of effort. This reminds us that governments are there through the pleasure of the people. If the people decide that a government isn't doing the right thing or they disagree with it, they change governments, and anything that had been done to that point might be thrown away. Now, I guess the question to the honourable member is what is his assessment of the working through process that the public, the Canadians, are doing? Are they now, after witnessing everything, on the same page as many people here that, yes, of course, we need to adapt. Nobody will disagree. But are we also ready to do those things that in the future won't keep us adapting, to actually address the root causes, the things that are causing the difficulties that we're facing right now? Where does he see the government or the public, the Canadians, on that issue?
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. I think what we need to do now is a two-pronged approach. We need to immediately invest in the infrastructure needed to make sure communities are resilient, and we also need to make sure we are doing everything possible to fight the climate crisis. We know that this is also a global problem, but if we don't do our part in Canada, if we don't end fossil fuel subsidies, if we don't invest in renewable energy, if we don't have a plan for workers, then we're not in a position to then encourage countries around the world to provide support and leadership for other countries around the world to do their part. So what we need to do right now is immediately invest in resilient communities, infrastructure that can help these communities deal with extreme weather that's becoming more and more common, more and more often. And we also need to make sure we're investing in every solution possible to fight this climate crisis.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I add my congratulations to seeing you in the chair as Deputy Speaker. To my honourable colleague from Burnaby South, if we're prepared to do everything possible, and this is a politically difficult question to my honourable friend, but that will require that the federal NDP leader be prepared to disappoint the Alberta NDP leader and cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and to disappoint the provincial premier, Mr. Horgan, and cancel LNG pipelines and subsidies and ban fracking. Is the honourable member prepared to commit to doing that?
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is everything possible while we're in this chamber to do our part as a country. And what we know right now is there are billions and billions of dollars of federal subsidies that continue to flow into the oil and gas sector. That's money that should be going towards renewable energy. That's money that should be going towards creating a plan for workers. That's money that should be going towards fighting the climate crisis. And we're going to do everything we can in this House, in this chamber, to ensure that we are using all of our resources towards solving the problem and towards building a brighter future and towards protecting communities right now.
Question commentaire, a short round. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Speaker. And there's been a lot of debate tonight and discussion, and it has overwhelmingly been dominated by the theme of climate change. And I agree that climate change was a significant factor at play in this disaster. But we've seen evidence and proof brought before us that this was in many ways also a man-made disaster. Because of negligence and lack of investment, the most shocking thing that I heard is that the Sumas Prairie Dike system was created 100 years ago. When did we stop as a country building the critical infrastructure needed to go forward as an economy and as a safe communities? When are we going to bring back that sense of building this nation again so that we can get this country moving? Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby South with a quick answer.
Without a doubt, this is a human-made problem. Its climate crisis was created by human activity. That's right. And the infrastructure that we need to improve is something that it's going to take people coming together and the government investing in the solution. So absolutely, we need to build more resilient communities. That's something that we need to be aware of, and the federal government has to play a role in building those communities that are more resilient. And the climate crisis is absolutely caused by us, and we have to do our part to stop it.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, congratulations on your role in the Speaker's chair. And I'd like to note that I'll be sharing my time this evening with my neighbour and friend, the member from Surrey Centre. Mr. Speaker, this is my first speech in the House of Commons since 2019, and it's good to be back. I'm proud to say that I'm visiting the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation from the traditional and unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. I'd like to begin by thanking the voters of Cloverdale, Langley City for returning me to Parliament. I must thank all the volunteers who helped me over many months. I would not be sitting here if it were not for you. I'd also like to thank my wife, Elaine, and children Kai, Hattie, and Keilani for always supporting me. I'm pleased that you, Mr. Speaker, granted this emergency debate. Thank you to so many of the BC members of Parliament for being here and being part of this important discussion, but also from colleagues from around the country. I want to also offer my support to the members who are most affected by this most recent tragedy in British Columbia, the areas of Abbotsford, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, and Central Okanagan, Nicola, and Similkameen. I know that it's been particularly devastating to communities, and anything I can do from this side of the aisle, I'm here to offer that support to you. The devastating flooding in BC last week was heartbreaking to watch and continues to weigh on my mind as this Parliament begins. This is especially true for the 4 individuals who lost their lives, 2 of whom were parents of a toddler who were on their way home to sea, and those still missing. Considering how to avoid loss of life in the future should be the first priority as we rebuild. Henry Braun, Mayor of Abbotsford, one of the worst hit areas, estimated the damage caused to his city is at least $1 billion. $1 billion is the cost to just one city in this region. The most recent estimate for the total damage in BC is over $8 billion. The economic impact on our infrastructure, to farmers, including half of BC's dairy farmers, businesses, and to personal property is distressing. The scale alone should be cause for concern regarding our economic future. We need systems to mitigate economic disruptions during extreme weather. The loss of animal life must be considered as well. Thousands of animals and tens of thousands of poultry drowned from the flooding and died from being stuck in transports with no access to farms or feed. For farmers, this is costly and to our domestic food security disruptive, but also a sad state of animal welfare. Farmers and farm animals need emergency procedures for protecting animal welfare during these events. The losses to our critical infrastructure, particularly bridges and segments of railroad, are causing shortages in key household goods. Gasoline is being rationed. Some of the infrastructure will take months, if not years, to repair, posing challenges for our communities, provinces, and country. Many of these routes move goods to and from Canada's biggest port, the Port of Vancouver, and the rest between there and the rest of the country. For our food security and supply chains, how to withstand another event such as this needs to be central to the reconstruction of this infrastructure. I must acknowledge how my constituency managed during the flooding. While Cloverdale-Langley City is close to Abbotsford and many of the hardest hit areas, it avoided the devastating flooding this time. However, residents did face property damage that, as we emerge from COVID-19, is another economic hurdle to overcome. Fortunately, our government is already investing in climate adaptation. In 2019, our government invested over $76 million in Surrey, Delta, and the Semiahmoo First Nation to implement a comprehensive flood adaptation strategy to increase resilience for over 125,000 residents in our region. Some parts of my riding are playing an important role in food security, including Heppel Farms. Working sandy loam soil, their crops withstood the rains and will be able to provide for the greater region as we experience losses in BCU's interior. The effects of the flooding go far beyond the lower mainland, though. Much of BC's coast was impacted by flooding last week and is again, as I speak, experiencing further downpours of rain. With the next 3 storm events in the coming week expected to also be atmospheric rivers, we don't know what the next round of rainstorms could bring. Communities in the interior, including Merritt and Princeton, were also negatively affected. Extreme weather events are not restricted to BC either. Atlantic Canada is simultaneously being subjected to unprecedented rainfall, and the prairies have suffered terrible droughts this year. Recovering from this event will take commitments from all levels of government. Inaction will continue to cost society. Insurance claims will drive up insurance costs, and in some areas, insurance isn't available if property is in a floodplain. This puts pressure on governments to help homeowners rebuild following these types of catastrophic weather events. No human life should ever be lost. Farm animals need to be protected, as does personal property. With loss of life, economic impacts, animal welfare, and supply chains in mind, the catastrophic flooding last week is the most recent illustration, and perhaps the most significant, of how necessary climate adaptation, mitigation, and resiliency are to Canada. Our country is warming at twice the rate of the global average. In the Arctic, it is 3 times the rate. Preventing warming past 1.5 degrees Celsius will mean for us 3 degrees, and the Arctic 4.5 degrees. These effects are why our government is ready to move faster on climate initiatives than we have before. We demonstrated that this year with our ambitious targets of 40 to 50% reduction in our emissions. At COP26, by committing to ending thermal coal exports by 2030, capping and reducing the oil sector's emissions to net zero by 2050, and aiming to cut our methane emissions by 30% no later than 2030. Without these actions, the $8 billion cost of a single extreme weather event will be more frequent and more costly. $8 billion is about 3% of my province's economy. It is simply not sustainable to be unprepared for extreme weather and climate change. Our government is addressing this directly by including Canada's first ever national adaptation strategy in the speech from the throne. Reconstruction of infrastructure will need to include funding to ensure that future infrastructure can withstand extreme weather events like the one we've recently experienced in British Columbia, and likely stronger. Our national strategy will need to include processes for protecting businesses and farms, including their animals. It will need to support stronger implementation of warning systems to avoid loss of life. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that we don't fully understand the devastating impacts that this and similar weather events will also have on things like the wild Pacific salmon population. Mr. Speaker, the floods last week were devastating, indeed catastrophic. There is no other way to describe them, but they serve as a terrible reminder of the urgency and fortitude that our government and every MP here must act with to implement strong climate action to avoid such events in the future. Our government has committed to assisting British Columbians with recovering and with preparing for extreme future weather events. But the work is not yet done. Let's work together to ensure all Canadians are protected from future weather events like the one we are seeing right now in British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and want to congratulate my colleague from British Columbia on his fine speech. I did want to address the issue of the cost, the billions of dollars of infrastructure that it'll require to address the very real flooding dangers in the area where we both live and represent our constituents. Billions of dollars worth of diking upgrades, new dikes that will have to be built. I'm going to ask this member to take this question directly to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, to the Finance Minister, to the Infrastructure Minister, and to the Prime Minister himself. And that is, are they prepared to commit in the next budget to include a very significant envelope to address specifically the issue of dike protection, not only in British Columbia, but across the country? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
I'd like to thank the member from Abbotsford for that question. And absolutely, I believe that as we've talked, the member and I were able to sit together on the way out here and talk about this devastating effect. And I think that our government needs to invest. The impacts we've seen, this $8 billion from one event, could be the magnitude could be so much greater as we experience this across the country in other regions and again perhaps in British Columbia. We're in a low-lying area next to the Fraser River through the Fraser Valley, and things like dike protection, dike reinforcement is absolutely critical. And I will be discussing this with the members of our government that it is absolutely critical that we get ahead of this. The cost now of the investment of dollars will save us that much more down the road.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on the new role as chair. I'd like to again thank the constituents of Nanaimo Ladysmith for putting their trust in me as their newly elected member of Parliament. The devastating flooding in BC has been a painful reminder that we are living with the consequences of the human-caused climate crisis. Indigenous communities across Canada continue to be at the forefront of the climate crisis. Shamefully, First Nations feel the impacts all too frequently, being at the back of the line for federal funding for cleanups and infrastructure. Chief Roxanne Harris and the Staminas First Nation in my riding have felt these impacts from the flooding firsthand, and the delays in funding have only made matters worse. Mr. Speaker, is my colleague ready to listen to the Indigenous leaders like Chief Harris and to work alongside Indigenous communities to get them urgent support that they need to combat the worsening climate crisis? Thank you.
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from British Columbia for that question. And absolutely, we need to work with all populations, all communities. The Indigenous community is often at so many disadvantages, and so it's important that we're there for them. Now, in the latest flooding event, there was money immediately made available to a number of First Nations that were affected, and it was to help get supplies and other goods into the communities and to provide any assistance that was needed. But yes, we can never forget that these populations that are often at risk need support, and I think we all need to work together to make sure that our Indigenous communities are supported through these types of events.
Questions and commentaire, and this is the short one, so I'm going to go to the member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is my first time rising in this House in this term. I want to thank the constituents of Parkdale High Park for returning me for a third time to this august chamber. And welcome back the member from Cloverdale Langley City. So why am I participating in this debate about BC environmental events? Because there's a pattern that we're seeing here. These mudslides, the fires, what we are seeing is something that my constituents are very concerned about, which is the impact of climate change. I know the member is a learned man who's spent a lot of time working in parks and in conservation. I want to ask him, what has this taught him about the urgency of climate change and about where the priority must be in terms of investments by our government?
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I think that this type of event really points out the need for action on climate change, urgent action, and that's why I'm so proud of having run with this government on our platform, a very strong platform, in fact the strongest of the parties, on having a very aggressive program to deal with climate change and the effects. So we're dealing with it, and we'll continue to push forward. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful that this emergency debate is taking place tonight to discuss the devastating flooding in my home province of British Columbia. As we anticipate more heavy rain coming this week, the actions that we take and the preparations that are made in the coming days will be very important to support those who will be impacted by future storms. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my condolences to all those affected by the destruction, particularly those in Merritt, Abbotsford, Chilliwack, or Hope, including constituents of my colleagues from Smilkameen, the Member of Parliament from Smilkameen, Nicola, from Abbotsford, and from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. The loss and devastation that we have seen over the past week is heartbreaking. There has been a loss of life, evacuations, and people left stranded. Within just a few days, 18,000 were forced to leave their homes, and critical infrastructure like highways and railroads in and out of the province were severely damaged. I'd also like to thank all of those who have been working around the clock to support the residents impacted, and to those who have stepped up to help their neighbours in the face of these challenging times. British Columbians have faced a great deal of devastation caused by extreme weather and natural disasters. In their look back at the 2021 BC wildfire season, the CBC reported 1,600 fires across 8,700 square kilometres in the province this year alone. This has been the third largest area impacted in recorded history, in a summer filled with drought and record-breaking heat waves. Just last month, as we moved into autumn, a time when forest fire season would usually come to an end, we still had 140 fires burning in the province. The consequences of this year's wildfires could be a contributing factor to the flooding experienced in my region. The BC Ministry of Forests and Range described how, after intense fire, soil can become repellent to water, causing water to run off and pool rather than be absorbed by the soil. This can lead to landslides and floods after heavy rains or quick melting snow. This shows the ripple effects that climate change can have. The more extreme heat and natural disasters we experience, the more disasters they may trigger in the future. If this is not a sign to climate change deniers that climate change is real and here, I do not know what else it will take. On this side of the chamber, we know that the science is clear. Human activities are causing unprecedented changes to the Earth's climate. Climate change poses significant risks to human health and safety of the environment. It impacts biodiversity and safety, and it impacts biodiversity and economic growth. Across the country each year, flooding alone leads to more than $1 billion in direct damages to homes, businesses, and infrastructure. We know that we cannot afford to not address climate change. We must continue to take swift and decisive action to address the consequences of climate change. Work to lower emissions levels, reduce our consumption, and find innovative solutions to reach net zero. And our government is doing just that, Mr. Speaker. In just the last year, our government has invested $60 billion towards climate action and clean growth, and an additional $53.6 billion into Canada's green recovery. Since we formed government, we have invested $100 billion to address climate change. By moving forward to cap and cut oil and gas sector emissions, we're making investments in public transit and mandating the sale of zero-emission vehicles. We're increasing our price on pollution, and we're protecting our lands and rivers. To address climate change adaptation, we invested an additional $1.4 billion towards the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund to further support projects such as wildfire mitigation activities, rehabilitation of stormwater systems, and restoration of wetlands and shorelines. In fact, in 2019, the federal Liberal government funded $76 million through the $2 billion Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund for Surrey, in partnership with the Semiahmoo First Nations, to upgrade 7.5 kilometers of the Nickelmeckle and Serpentine dams, the Colebrook Dike, and upgrade 2 pump stations and two dikes, but we must do more. We've been working with provinces and territories to complete flood maps for higher risk areas, supported First Nations and Inuit as they manage the health impacts of climate change, such as access to food, impacts of extreme weather events, and mental health impacts of climate change on youth. Our government will continue to invest in our workers and our industry to help bring Canada into the economy of the future, while we take action to clean our air and protect Canadians from extreme weather events like the ones we're currently experiencing in BC. As Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary May Simon said in the speech from the throne yesterday, in a time of crisis, we know how Canadians respond. We step up and we are there for each other, and the government will continue to be there for the people of British Columbia. And Canadians are stepping up. I had the opportunity to see firsthand last week when I joined a team of volunteers delivering food and supplies to Hope and Yale, BC. This was made possible by the generosity of the Gurdwara Dukh Nawadan Sahib in Surrey, Richberry Farms, Peter Dillon, and the Guru Nanak Food Bank. Thank you for those who stepped up for your communities and neighbours during the challenging times. I saw firsthand how people felt scared, isolated, and anxious, whether it was from sleeping in their cars for days or whether they could have bread or milk as the shelves on the stores were bare. When disaster first struck in BC, search and rescue teams from Comox helped rescue motorists who had been stranded in dangerous conditions. The Canadian Armed Forces on the ground supported relief and mitigation efforts. Air Task Force members helped deliver essential food and supplies. When remote communities were cut off by landslides and road closures, the Air Task Force members helped deliver essential food and supplies. They delivered over 6,000 pounds of supplies to the Nuitek and Nickelmeck First Nations communities so far, including critical staples like fresh milk, eggs, and potatoes. Thousands of Canadian Armed Forces members are on standby and will be on their way to assist those most impacted by the tragedy if needed. Thank you to the members of the Canadian military for your work, which includes everything from evacuations, rescuing livestock, sandbagging areas at risk of flooding, and assisting with infrastructure repairs. We are so grateful for your commitment to keeping British Columbians safe on the ground during this difficult time. Our government is working closely with provincial counterparts in British Columbia. We recently approved a request for federal assistance from the province for help with their emergency response to the extreme widespread flooding. Indigenous Services Canada also approved a funding request of $4.4 million in additional funding to the British Columbia First Nations Emergency Services Society to support them as they assist First Nations in their response to the widespread flooding caused by the recent atmospheric river event. Our government has also been helping residents return home who have been left stranded in the flooded areas where roads have been inaccessible. A local team for my constituency of Surrey Centre, the Surrey Thunder U11 boys hockey team, were on our way to a tournament nearly 400 kilometres away from home and were left stranded with no accessible route home through Canada due to the road damage caused by the flooding. Thanks to the coordination on both sides of the border, including our government officials, CBSA officers, U.S. Immigration, and many, many more who were involved, we're able to get them home safely. As British Columbians brace for the expected heavy rains coming at the end of this week, our government is watching closely and will stand with the people of British Columbia and continue to work with our provincial counterparts to ensure the safety and well-being of British Columbians. I'd like to close today by acknowledging that there are colleagues from British Columbia represented across party lines in this House, and I hope that we begin the 44th Parliament. We can come together and do what we must do to support all those impacted by these devastating events and the many other challenging situations Canadians are facing across this country. To everyone in BC impacted by the floods, please take care and stay safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations for your appointment. And I want to thank the member for Surrey for his comments, and particularly for highlighting the work being done about enhancing the diking system around the Nipkomackle River and the Serpentine River running through Surrey and also through my riding of Langley. But we heard earlier in debate today that a significant cause of the flooding on the Canadian side of Sumas Prairie was the breaching of the dikes and the banks of the Nooksack River on the American side. And I wonder if the member would have any comments about how our government has to work together with the American and the Washington governments to make sure that that does not happen again. That needs to be solved.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
That's a great question from my colleague and a member from Langley Aldergrove. It's absolutely essential. As we notice, the environment doesn't pick borders, it doesn't see boundaries, and we have to work with our American counterparts and global counterparts for many things, but in this particular case, our partners to the south, and make sure that they do the same mitigation efforts, they do the same diking and the same restoration efforts so that this doesn't happen again. And I think deep collaborations between the provincial and state government and the two federal governments would have to take place, and I will encourage and definitely speak to our ministers of global affairs so that they can talk to their counterparts on the U.S. side. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable membre.
Questions and comments, the honourable member.
The honourable member for Avignon, Matapédia.
Et il y a un élément qu'a bien expliqué ma collègue de Saanich Gulf Islands tout à l'heure qui expliquait qu'est-ce qui s'était produit en Colombie-Britannique.
There was a comment from my colleague earlier for Saanich Gulf Islands. She talked about the fact that because of the fire several months ago, there was damage to the soil, which means that it no longer absorbs the water as well, and that may lead to greater flooding. So it's an example of the vicious cycle that can occur when nature is not in balance. It's a good example of the kind of surprises that we may be faced with. If we reach these infamous tipping points that we've been hearing about. Does my colleague think this government is doing enough to limit temperature rise?
Surrey Centre.
Thank you to my colleague across the aisle, and I think there's a lot of work to be done. Absolutely, it is essential to control the growth of the temperature rising, and as my colleague from Langley City, Cloverdale Langley City had alluded earlier, we must do more. Canada is warming faster than many other countries around the globe. We have a huge watershed in our Arctic that we have to preserve that is kind of the coolant of the globe, and therefore we must do more, and otherwise these disastrous events will happen. So I think we need support from across the aisles on this issue. It should be bipartisan or tripartisan or all parties in this matter.
Commentaire, l'honorable membre de Edmonton-Griesbach.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As this is my first time rising in this House, I want to thank the fine people of Edmonton-Griesbach for the tremendous honour to represent them in this place. I want to extend my condolences first and foremost to the people of British Columbia, who have and continue to suffer from this catastrophic flooding caused by human-made climate change. My heart and the heart of the people of Edmonton-Griesbach are with all of you. I also want to make clear that the impact of this crisis is being felt far outside the province of British Columbia. Alberta's supply chain has been hit hard by the devastating floods in BC. Local business owners in my district of Edmonton-Griesbach are working around the clock to keep their shelves stocked, but they're finding it impossible to keep food and essential goods on the shelf. Can the member expand on what plans the government has to ensure we build a more robust supply chain that can withstand this and future climate-caused crises, especially those who have been hit hard by long-standing supply chain issues like Indigenous communities and those communities in the north?
The honourable member for Surrey Centre for about 30 seconds.
Thank you, and congratulations on your election and on representing the members of constituents of Edmonton Greensboro. I thank him for his maiden speech. I think the government will do whatever it takes, and I think this is a very essential time as we've seen supply chains even without natural climate disasters, but due to the COVID situation globally, supply chains have been even more imperative, and they have to be examined and they have to be ensured, and particularly for Indigenous communities and remote communities and communities in the interior. So we'll do whatever it takes. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's very good to see you in the chair, Mr. Speaker. I think the first Acadien, le premier Acadien comme président félicité.
First Acadian Deputy Speaker, congratulations.
First speech in the 44th Parliament wasn't on this topic, but I'll be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, and I want to thank him and our colleagues from British Columbia for bringing this emergency debate. Over the last week and a half, Canadians have watched our family, our friends, our relatives in some cases, fighting devastating floods across British Columbia. Floods and landslides that brought unspeakable devastation to communities, and a province that was still recovering from forest fires over the course of the last year. I've been hearing some of the accounts firsthand from British Columbia members in our caucus and, of course, from media reports. Mr. Speaker, families used kayaks, motorboats, and canoes to reach safety. They watched their homes, farms, and businesses literally be submerged by the flooding. Others spent nights in their cars on highways, which were washed away or covered by trees and mud. Les chaînes d'approvisionnement reliées.
Supply chains linked to the Port of Vancouver are blocked off, and residents are wondering how they are going to acquire essential products. The devastation is heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're here tonight.
To British Columbians. I can only imagine the hardship that you and your families have been facing and will be continuing to face in rebuilding efforts. Although roads and railways may have felt that you were cut off from Canada, please know that you will never be cut off from your friends and family in this great country. Our country as a whole is here to support you because that is what it means to be Canadian. In times of trouble, we all come together. When people need help, we are there to serve. From the lower mainland to the interior, when the highways turned to rivers, that's when we saw British Columbians step up with heroic action for their neighbours. People like Henry Chilahitsia, who used a motorboat to lead 29 horses to safety near freezing and fast-moving floodwaters in Merritt. A helicopter pilot from Vancouver Island, Mr. Speaker, sprung into action, delivering badly needed supplies in the mainland before rescuing 6 people who were stuck in Hope. Cities like Kamloops and Kelowna have opened their doors to welcome hundreds, if not thousands, stranded in British Columbia. Communities have stepped up with heroic resilience that Canadians have been known for at home and around the world. But it's time that those families know that the rest of Canada is stepping up too. The work of our Canadian Armed Forces, of our first responders on the ground, civic workers, have saved lives and protected property. But the rebuilding effort will require significant federal support and a long-term plan and commitment. British Columbians need to know that Canada will be with you for the long term as you rebuild. We're here. You need a united country behind you to help you get back on your feet, and my commitment to you is the Conservatives here in Ottawa will be a voice for you now and in every day forward as we rebuild. We will ensure that no one is left behind and you will get the support you need. Mr. Speaker, we know that one aspect of climate change is more frequent extreme weather. While we must work to lower emissions, we must also work to protect our communities and protect our economy by building resilient communities and dedicating specific infrastructure funding to adaptation efforts. We campaigned on a plan to better prepare communities for the impacts of a changing climate. I spoke to Mayor Henry Braun in Abbotsford a few days ago. I want to thank Mayor Braun and civic leaders like him across BC for their leadership in this time of crisis. Mayor Braun has told me, as other mayors have told my colleagues, about dikes that need rebuilding in Abbotsford, Agassiz, and Hope in Kent. These communities need to know that there is a long-term commitment to resilient infrastructure. Conservatives promised to develop and implement a national action plan on floods, including a residential high-risk flood insurance program so that Canadians can rebuild. Our plan also included developing a national climate adaptation strategy incorporating directly mitigation and adaptation lenses to all infrastructure projects. And we ran and committed on appointing a National Disaster Resilience Advisor to the Privy Council office so that expertise is just down the hall from the Prime Minister whenever emergencies happen. And for a government that is known for lots of talk and little action, I welcome them to steal any of our ideas as we need to rebuild British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. We will advocate for these important measures. Conservatives will be watching to make sure the government takes concrete action to protect the lives and livelihoods of Canadians. Let's work together to protect our country. Grâce aux investissements du gouvernement.
Thanks to the precedent Conservative government's investment in the military, our men and women in uniform are able to deploy many troops, supplies, and equipment.
Minister of Public Safety for working with Conservative MPs and all MPs in our federal response. I respect that, Mr. Speaker. But the Liberal government also needs to be crystal clear when it comes to promises they make to Canadians who are in crisis and are worried. This past weekend, the Liberal minister was telling BC residents that they could cross the U.S. border to buy essential supplies without needing a COVID-19 test. But now we're hearing reports that flood-affected Canadians were fined over $5,000 for not taking the test before they returned home. British Columbians cannot afford this type of confusion, and I sincerely hope that the minister moves to correct this situation. Mr. Speaker, I'm incredibly proud of my colleagues in this House from British Columbia who've been actively supporting their constituents and partner levels of government. The member for Abbotsford, Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon, and all of our MPs, including the MP for Chilliwack Hope, who's remained on the ground helping coordinate efforts with our members here in Ottawa. Our entire BC team is here tonight and is working day and night to help those displaced and impacted. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I know that this is not just our side of the House. Indeed, all Canadians and all British Columbians need to know that we will be working for them. So everyone here in this emergency debate this evening, I thank you for standing up for your fellow Canadians. You're here, Mr. Speaker. Let us be united in helping those who need it most. Let us make sure we protect people now and have long-term commitments to rebuild for the economic rebuilding that will be required. Let's combat and get emissions down while also making sure we have adaptation efforts that are underway with dikes, with flood mitigation, and with emergency preparedness, Mr. Speaker. Issues such as this should not be political. We need to make sure that the Prime Minister and Privy Council office has the ability to rapidly address the needs of the nation, addressing the use of the Canadian Armed Forces, including with more direct Army engineering capacity on the ground in British Columbia, something that's really been deprived for the province since a Liberal government in the past closed CFB Chilliwack, Mr. Speaker. So let's make sure we build that capacity, we work together, and we send a clear message to British Columbians tonight. We're here with you today, tomorrow, and to the last day of the rebuilding, because we need a strong British Columbia for a strong Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. And we'll go to mon ami du bloc, Jonquière.
My friend from the bloc, the member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition's speech. I really appreciated it. He concluded by saying that we should all stand united. I fully agree with him. Earlier, I said to the Prime Minister that we can't just put out fires. Now, we are trying to put out a fire here, but we are going to need to prevent fires. And in order to do so, we must listen to what science has to say. Science is saying that what we are doing with hydrocarbons is no longer possible given climate change. Here's my question to the Leader of the Official Opposition. Would he agree with me in saying that the best possible solution in the short term would be to stop subsidizing fossil fuels?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Jonquière, for his question. Unfortunately, he has made a political gesture during an emergency debate. We are here tonight to discuss the well-being of Canadians. When it comes to climate change, yes, we must have more readiness in the future. We must invest massively to protect against the effects of climate change and against flooding. This was in our platform during the recent campaign. In the future, we must be more ready for natural disasters, floods, fires. In the Privy Council office, Mr. Speaker, there must be leadership, a leader in the Privy Council office, and that was also in our platform. Mr. Speaker, it is time to take action and to help British Columbians. Questions and comments?
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Leader of Opposition for his speech, and I'm glad to hear that he's on side with the idea that we have to have a lot more ambition in funding climate adaptation for communities and for responding to disasters such as this. And when small communities like Princeton and Merritt are faced with tens of millions of dollars, if not much more, in rebuild efforts, would he also be in favor of eliminating the necessity of that 20% municipality investment in that? Because that's something that small communities simply can't manage. And they're the ones that know what to do and how to do it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from West Kootenay for the question. And really, the way he phrased it, that we need more ambition, reminds me of one of my major critiques of the Prime Minister and the Liberal government. They don't lack in ambition and nice tweets and trips abroad. What they lack in is achievement. They never deliver on anything. Yeah, they've long fired their person in charge of deliverology, Mr. Speaker. So what we need is actually what Conservatives ran on the election, adaptation and resiliency infrastructure investments. And I agree with the member, for some smaller municipalities, that's a very huge expense. So as municipalities are a creation of the province, this is an area where I really do think the federal government and the provinces need to make sure that infrastructure funding specific to the impacts of climate change need to see federal and provincial leadership, Mr. Speaker. Priorities, as I learned from my great discussion with Mayor Braun, The local governments can help set the priorities, but we have to be there not just to talk a good game, but to deliver. And the rebuilding efforts, Mr. Speaker, in BC will be some of the largest in our history. We have to show tonight that we will start and we will get the job done.
Question et commentaire. Very, very short one. And I'll see the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his speech. I have a few questions for him. First, is he aware that we have already started implementing an adaptation strategy, which is already concrete? There is actual funding throughout the country, funding for real projects. Here's an example. In Montreal, with the city and the province, there is a solution with parks, and there are tens of thousands of dollars which have been invested. It will help limit spring flooding in the west of the city.
Sure.
Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La question par le ministre. Peut-être il va.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his question. Perhaps he will be visiting BC to see the results of the floods. He will have to take the train right away to be able to have such a visit. But unfortunately, this government has made many announcements about climate change and infrastructure investment, but there is absolutely no concrete action. The difference between our team and the government is that we would deliver the goods, Mr. Speaker.
Debates. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And congratulations to your appointment. You look good there. So,
hey, give him an extra minute.
Yeah, no. I want to just express my appreciation to all members of the House and all parties for taking this time and agreeing to having this emergency debate. I was struck this afternoon when we heard different members speaking about the crises and the flood in British Columbia, that we gave each other standing ovations. And so I think that we all of us here really do care for the people of British Columbia and for this province. So British Columbia is in a really tough spot right now. It is an emergency. I think of communities like Princeton, Merritt, Abbotsford, Chilliwack, that are submerged or partially submerged, and smaller communities like Lytton, which have been stranded. Many thousands of people have been evacuated. I think of my brother David, who lives in Yarrow, and people's livelihoods have been lost. The main transportation links were or are cut off. Most of us have seen the pictures of devastation on the media or pictures of the Coquihalla Highway, for example, and other rail and road arteries. I don't know if you've traveled, members have traveled, or those who are watching have traveled the Coquihalla, but it is a marvel of engineering. And to see the overpasses collapse, and in other places and other roads, how the rivers have just changed and just wiped out the roads, it is quite stunning. My wife asked me this morning, she's hoping to see our granddaughter Harper in Kelowna around Christmas time, as well as the parents too, who we love. But and I told her, I don't know if we'll be able to see them. Depends on the roads. I mean, these roads could be months. It will be months, many months before they're restored. Gas is being rationed in my riding of Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge, and throughout much of British Columbia. Right now, I think of the entire city of Merritt that was forced to evacuate. I think of the towns and villages of First Nations, many of whom are reeling still from the forest fire damage this summer. Forced out at a moment's notice and living in emergency shelters once again. I think of the many people who lost their homes, their businesses, their livelihoods. I think of Mirsad and Anita Hadzik. Tragically, they lost their lives as well as two others in a mudslide on the Duffy Lake Road. And tragically, their 2-year-old daughter was left behind without parents. But even in these most tragic and sad situations, some rays are shining through. The people of British Columbia have rallied for this now orphaned child, an example of the old adage, it takes a community to raise a child. And money has poured from everywhere, over $131,000 so far on GoFundMe. I think it's important to acknowledge some of the more positive stories from the past 10 days. We saw people reaching out to strangers with vulnerable health, offering to run errands for them so they didn't have to put themselves at risk. There were stories that brought out the best in humanity, stories of love, generosity, and hope, from a place aptly called Hope, a small town whose businesses and people stepped up in ways that we haven't seen since Gander in the 9/11. One of my staff, Jay Denny, told me of his friends, Maya Warren and Chris Lang. They were on their way to from Kelowna to Vancouver and became trapped in Hope, along with many others when the roads leading out were closed or destroyed. They stayed positive through days living in a car. Actually, the member for Langley Aldergrove, behind me, I believe. Yes, there is. Okay. His own daughter, his son and daughter-in-law and 5 children, they lived in their vehicle in an underpass for several days until they were able to escape. Maya and Chris talked about the amazing volunteers at the high school in Hope, and who provided blankets when they mentioned how cold it was. They shared stories on social media how Panago Pizza had a generator and the staff fed the people for free until they ran out of supplies. They were connected with Barb, who took them into a safe passage until a safe passage to Vancouver became available. Many others in Hope welcomed complete strangers. It's a testament to the fact that despite our differences, when things get tough in Canada, our strong community fabric comes through to help one another. I want to say kudos to the people of Hope and to the people everywhere who have lent a hand or donated to help out. This fabric includes our first responders, Canadian military, highway and utility crews, search and rescue units, and emergency services volunteers. Thanks to all of them, and to the people of British Columbia for their resiliency, and for all their generous offers of assistance, actually from all across Canada. And now to the challenges, current and future. One challenge is the clarity and timeliness of information. Those same people in Hope, with all their positive stories, also raised valid complaints about accessing information. The information they got was from word of mouth. They wonder, as I do, why they received no information via emergency alerts on their cell phones. Seems pretty simple. A simple message with the details of which radio station or website to get information would have gone a long way to help to locate emergency supports. If we can inform people province-wide about a missing person or a potential tsunami, then certainly we can inform them how they can get help in a natural disaster. This needs to be discussed further so it doesn't happen again. We also have, as others have mentioned, British Columbians who've been issued severe fines passing through Washington State without getting a COVID PCR test. These aren't people on holidays, Speaker. They are people traveling essentially to get goods to survive, doing what the minister said that they could. The minister said that the matter is all clarified, but what about those fines? The minister said the Public Health Agency, that's their responsibility. That's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. These people have had enough to worry about. They shouldn't be devastated financially. The minister needs to, with his statutory powers, do everything he can with respect to these fines to see them overturned. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing challenges to infrastructure, transportation, supply chain, food supply, natural resources, human displacement, and employment will be significant, and they all could have a net negative economic impacts for months, if not years, to come. Infrastructure concerns me greatly across BC, but particularly in my riding, We're relatively fortunate in Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge, which is only half an hour away from Abbotsford. The Pitt and Alouette River watersheds were not as hard hit, but we didn't go totally unscathed. There was some localized flooding, but it could have been much, much worse. The dike system along the Pitt River has held, but there has been calls for years to upgrade this, but no money has been committed. Mr. Speaker, we need to do something about this, because we could have a much more serious situation in the next freshet. The government has had 6 years to make significant improvements, and they haven't, putting the people in Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, and Katy First Nations at severe risk. We need to take action, which is to deal with the issue right now. There is time to discuss climate change and mitigation. This is important. But right now, we need to get the people out of the burning fire, to provide safety, and to move forward. That's immediate concern. And then lastly, I will say that it's important to keep the focus on keeping BC safe, people informed, and building back BC as quick as possible. And we need to remember the commitments that are being made here when this crisis is no longer front page news. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for, you're over here, right? I'll get it right in here in a second. Sturgeon River Parkland.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his statement. It's clear that he has a real heart for his constituents in the region. And I wanted to ask the member, we have had a lot of talk about climate change tonight. We know that climate change is a large factor in why this flooding happened, but we also know that we haven't been putting in the effort to ensure that people are kept safe, whether it be through building infrastructure or through better emergency preparedness. And I know the member was previously a member of the provincial legislature, and I wanted to ask him, with the Alert Ready system, we have seen that the British Columbia government has not used the Alert Ready system. What more do you think the federal government needs to do to work with the provinces to have a better standardized system for alert readiness in this country? Thank you.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I want to thank the member for his question. It is a responsibility for each province, and I do think that there should be some basic foundations and precautions. It's hard to understand why the people were not alerted. I know a few hours earlier, it could have made the difference of many, many people not being stranded. I think that certainly is a discussion that the minister can have with the provincial counterparts in order to make sure that this is established and effective for all Canadians. Thank you.
L'honorable membre de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations. You know that we've worked together and that I appreciate your hard work. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He's passionate about this issue. And the Bloc Québécois will absolutely support our BC friends. We are not here to play political games, but I must say that I did not appreciate his leader's answer to my honourable colleague's question earlier. The member for Jonquière, who was asking the Conservative leader to speak out about fossil fuels. And the leader of the Conservatives said that he was playing political partisan games. That is not at all the case. No, it is not mere partisanship to ask for stronger action on climate change. I'm sure my Conservative colleagues are aware of what's happening in the world right now. Climate change is happening. BC is an excellent example of what's happening throughout the globe. Therefore, I would ask my Conservative colleague whether we can count on all MPs in this House to ensure that we take action, concrete action, to tackle climate change and eliminate subsidies to the oil and gas industry. Thank you. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. I'd like to thank my colleague for the Bloc for his question. This is an extremely important question for everyone. And I know that we will be discussing this issue when it comes to legislation that the Liberals will be tabling. I am a BC MP, and what's the most important right now is to help and rescue people who are currently experiencing an immediate serious situation. So I'm not trying to say that this isn't an important question, but I would say that it's not what is immediately facing us right now.
Any comments? The honourable member, may I get this right, for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask my question, I wanted to recognize Port Moody firefighters, Coquitlam firefighters, Port Moody Police, Coquitlam RCMP, and the volunteer organization of Coquitlam Search and Rescue for their work to bring stranded people to safety in Abbotsford. As we face more and more of these extreme weather catastrophes, can I ask the member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, if they agree there should be more federal support for these organizations that always come together to help?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, I want to thank the member for the question and congratulate her on her election. She is a neighbouring member of Parliament, and I hope to be able to work together with you on issues of importance, such as what we're dealing with right now. So, and she commended her emergency services people, volunteers, and I would do the same with my own in my community, being able to help out. So certainly, does more need to be done? Yes, and I think there's a lot of room for discussions for this as we move forward. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sharing my time with the member for Surrey Newton. Colleagues, spare a thought, or even a tiny tear, for my poor, beleaguered province of British Columbia. First, there were heat waves in the summer. Then there came fires, and it was only up to 2 months ago that we were able to deal with putting out those fires and dealing with repairing of what was going on. Now we face floods. Not only have we had the floods, but we hear that in a week there's going to be over 80 to 100 millimeters of rainfall and storms hitting the same province in the same area. And that 2 weeks from thence, there's going to be another set of storms. So just spare a thought for my province. It is not only about the cost of human life and misery and the displacement of families and people, but there is also the cost to dairy farmers. This part of the world in British Columbia is the capital of dairy farming in our province. And, you know, so you think about what's been happening. We've heard that 500 cows died. We have heard that Fraser Valley is facing a problem where neighboring communities are taking and adopting cattle to bring them into their own farms to take care of them temporarily until things can change. We're hearing this happen even from nearby Alberta and from Washington, D.C., who are trying to help out with this problem. We've heard about the economic cost. We've heard about it all about the cost of rebuilding, the cost to businesses, the cost to the dairy industry, the cost to the farming industry. We've seen supply chains cut off. We've seen gas being rationed in the province of British Columbia. We've seen fuel and medicines unable to get to people who need them. The Port of Vancouver, which my colleague from Abbotsford mentioned, is probably the largest port in Canada, taking about over $1 billion a day in economic services. Indigenous communities have been cut off from water, from food, from medicines. So the health here is at stake as well. And I think we've seen what our federal government's done. The Prime Minister immediately called, Premier Horgan immediately called the 4 mayors of the most affected areas and said, we're here for you, anything you need. We, as a federal government, have been responding to what we've been asked for by the municipalities, by the communities, and of course by the province of British Columbia. My colleague, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, has been speaking every single day with Minister Farnworth in British Columbia, and and with Minister of Transport, Minister Fleming in British Columbia. So there is talks going on. There is movement happening. You know, we've seen actually the Defence Minister sending 500 troops into British Columbia to help with rebuilding, helping with dikes, helping with moving goods and services, helping with supply chains, airlifting people, airlifting services and foods, etc., to the communities. And this is about damage repair, people. This is about damage control. This is about taking care of the problems that are happening. And so we want to talk also about how we're going to rebuild. The cost of rebuilding alone is going to be phenomenal. And we want to make sure that when we build back, I'm going to use that hackneyed term, let us build back better. Let us make sure that the materials that we use are materials that are going to be resilient, that are not going to be damaged by water and floods, that are not going to be damaged by fire, that will be able to survive some of these disasters that we see coming and hitting the province so quickly, so that we can be resilient and not always have such an enormous damage done to us. But, you know, so we need to talk about the cost of rebuilding, the cost of preventing, the cost of mitigating, the cost of protecting communities from climate change. But I just want to mention, before I talk about how the provinces have come together, the province, the federal government, the neighboring provinces, the municipalities, every one of the governments are pulling in the same direction. We're all working together to make something, to make change, to protect, and to move forward. But I want to talk a little bit about the unsung heroes here, the frontline workers, the firefighters, the police, the RCMP, all of the community organizations that have formed volunteer groups to go out there and to help their communities. Let us talk about the community people who have just come forward. I mean, we hear a story about a Sikh community suddenly bringing in food and medicines and whatever is needed to communities. We've seen about people renting, helping, adopting farm animals, helping with milking of animals and cows. We've seen families feeding each other, taking each other into their homes. That is what, as everyone has said, we do as Canadians. But it says that everyone is pulling together, not just governments, but communities, industry, organizations, anyone who could are coming out to help each other. And of course, not to mention the individuals across the country who have been donating money to the Red Cross. But I think I want to talk about the fact that we talk a lot about climate change. We don't have to talk about it anymore, guys. The debate is over. It is here. We've seen the enemy. It is climate change. And it is fossil fuels. And we need to talk about it, and we need to do something about it. I think the time for partisan debate is over. Let us no longer stand in the House and say we don't want to be partisan, and yet we debate any action on climate change. Let's come together and take this action together, for the sake of our communities, as British Columbians will know, and for the sake of communities that are yet to come. We see what's happening in the Atlantic provinces right now. Let us not have to talk about this anymore. Let's do what we need to do to prevent it. Let us act in this House as one voice on taking the steps we need to take with climate change, because I'll tell you why it shouldn't be partisan and why we should care. It is because, you know, we all inhabit this planet together. Let us work together to protect it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And since it's the first time that I'm rising in this House during this Parliament, I would like to thank my husband and son for their unwavering support, and also the constituents of Kelowna Lake Country for entrusting me to continue to be their Member of Parliament. It is truly an honour. And I'm really happy to see that so many members of this House came together to have this emergency debate this evening. My riding of Kelowna Lake Country is right next to some of the most affected areas. We have taken on thousands of people that are out of their homes, and I've really seen the spirit of Kelowna Lake Country open up with volunteers and people in the community helping. And I'd like to ask the member opposite, with respect respect to the most immediate needs that we have for repair and helping people, and specifically for adaptation, because I didn't hear her speak about adaptation, because the immediate needs are that we need to make sure that something like this at this scale doesn't happen again. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
I want to thank my colleague for a very interesting question. I think I did speak about adaptation. Actually, I talked about protecting and preventing and pulling back climate change to the 1.5 degrees Celsius that we need to talk about to get there. We need to therefore stop arguing about it, stop debating, stop blocking it, and let us move forward to help it. But I also wanted to say that it is the little acts of kindness that are going on in her community in Kelowna. It is these little acts of kindness where people come together and move forward and help each other in time of need. And this is wonderful. But we don't always want to depend on people coming together to help each other out. We need to do something. We are the legislators. We can do something about climate change. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kootenay, Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from British Columbia for her speech, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the people first in my riding where 100 people were displaced, many of them living in a trailer park. And I want to thank the first responders, the community residents that stepped forward, the Mount Arrowsmith Search and Rescue, people who took risks when the Englishman River breached its bank. And Madam Speaker, there's a lot of fear for the people in our community right now. There's a forecast of atmospheric river coming for this weekend as well. We haven't remediated the impact of the storm that hit us. And Madam Speaker, we haven't talked enough about wild salmon and the impact of wild salmon. Madam Speaker, we know that wild salmon have seen drought, forest fires, a warming ocean, the Big Bar slide. We had a 3% return in the lowest salmon-bearing river in the world, Madam Speaker, last year. Will the members speak about the importance of the government urgently ensuring that there's monitors, that there's support for Indigenous communities to see what we can do for habitat restoration for wild salmon so we can preserve that iconic species that is critical to our economy, our culture, our food.
Sorry. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for a question by a true British Columbian. Understanding the problems that we face in British Columbia, understanding our culture and the iconic salmon. And I think also talking about Indigenous communities, this government has stepped up and are working very closely with Minister Ranking in BC in terms of getting water and food and medicines and protecting the Indigenous communities in the region. So this is all happening, but I also wanted to say that it is not only the human cost of these tragedies that are concerning us. It is a cost of our wildlife. It's a cost of the salmon. It's a cost of our fisheries. It's a cost of the fact that our oceans are actually undergoing a set of changes through climate change. So we need to talk once again. It all comes down to the bottom line. Let's deal with climate change and let's deal with it now.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations for your position once again in the chair. To my honourable colleague for Vancouver Centre, knowing her medical background, one of the areas of infrastructure that we haven't talked about, which will need massive overhauls for adaptation to the climate crisis, is our hospitals and our medical infrastructure. We had a recent study done on Vancouver Island looking at Nanaimo Hospital and realizing that in wildfires, surgeries were cancelled because the air quality inside the hospitals wasn't adequate, that the air conditioning didn't meet the needs of heat dome situations. Does the honourable member have any comments on that aspect of adaptation?
A brief answer from the member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's really important to the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I think one of the most important things in our hospitals, our intensive care units, the resources that we have to work in those areas are completely beleaguered. COVID, heat waves, and now we see what's happening with the floods. And I think the important thing is to look, as Teresa Tam has said, our Chief Public Health Officer, looking at this issue is about looking at the ventilation in these ancient buildings. We need to look at how we ensure that we have ventilation that's going to be preventing the spread of disease. And we also need to look at how we fast forward what our government promised in this last election, that we will bring about primary care physicians and nurses to be the human resources that we need to work in these hospitals and in these communities. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as a proud member of Parliament from British Columbia to relay the impact that the recent extreme weather events have had on the lives of British Columbians. As this is my first speech in this 44th parliamentary session, I want to begin by thanking my constituents in Surrey Newton for placing their trust in me as their representative. I also want to acknowledge all my supporters and volunteers for their dedication and unwavering support. Last but not least, I want to thank my family for all their support, including my 82-year-old mother, Amarjeet Kaur Taliwal, for all her efforts and tireless campaigning throughout the many years I have been involved in public service. I'm fortunate to be returning as the Member of Parliament for a 5th term, and as always, it is a role that I consider a true privilege and one that I will not ever take for granted. Madam Speaker, I would like to begin by extending my deepest sympathies to those that have lost their homes and livelihoods, and by sharing my heartfelt condolences to families who have lost loved ones. Before I delve into some of the Surrey Newton stories and accounts I have witnessed with community members stepping up for others, let me address a few things on behalf of our government. I'm pleased to relay that last night, Canadian Armed Forces started to hit the ground in BC communities. There are many points along our supply chain affected, with highways broken, communities cut off, and people still stranded. The immediate response units that have arrived will be critical in restoring these important supply chain routes and making sure that people and animals are safe and have access to basic necessities. Madam Speaker, this is particularly important as we wait for the atmospheric rivers to return over the coming days. Tonight will begin a new wave of storms which are expected over the next week. By Friday night, anywhere between 40 to 80 millimeters of rain is expected. And while these storms will be less intense than those we experienced 10 days ago, it is good to know that we have armed forces on the ground to add extra capacity to our rescue and recovery efforts. I also want to address the recent issues with the Canada Border Service Agency, where we saw several Canadians fined and improperly given quarantine instructions that were contrary to our government's changes announced over this past weekend. Madam Speaker, I have heard from several Surrey residents directly, as our city is one of those border communities where the exemptions were directed. And there were constituents of mine that were impacted with financial penalties and improper instructions. So I'm pleased to report that the Minister has made immediate correction to this unfortunate set of circumstances, and I'm confident that no other issues will occur. Finally, I'm also very pleased that our government is working alongside the province of British Columbia to create the Supply Chain Recovery Working Group to bring together all key transportation and supply chain stakeholders. This approach will allow our province to find collaborative solutions which will work as effectively as possible to get food, medicines, and other critical supplies back in the hands of British Columbians who have been cut off or been impacted by shortages. What I want to share in this House today is what has happened with our local residents in Surrey Newton, who, while not nearly affected by the floods like other communities, have shown extraordinary spirit in lending support to those in distress. Madam Speaker, we have seen Gurdwaras and organizations across Surrey Newton and Sikh Canadians throughout British Columbia prepare food around the clock and collect donations, and most impressively help to organize helicopters and planes paid by various individuals and congregations to airlift food and supplies to affected areas. Over the past few days, I have spoken to many of the executive members and volunteers within those efforts and organizations, and the response from the community has been nothing short of incredible. I have received hundreds of calls from people wishing to donate non-perishable food items, warm blankets, and clothes. Others have reached out to express their desire to lend their time and manual labor, while some have pooled money amongst family and friends to contribute to these efforts. But of course, these efforts are not only within the Sikh community. People of all backgrounds and means have stepped up in British Columbia and from coast to coast to coast. Take, for example, the flights that are now operating 24/7, flying back and forth between Metro Vancouver and interior of BC at the cost of volunteer pilots who are transporting the overwhelming amount of supplies. It is estimated that each flight costs roughly $300 in fuel alone, and what started out as few planes has now expanded into dozens of planes running day in and day out to get essential goods to the hundreds of people stranded across the province. This is the kind of spirit that defines British Columbia. We are all connected, no matter where you live in the province, and we care about each other and offering outreach, help, support, and compassion to those in distress. It makes me so proud of my province and fellow British Columbians. Madam Speaker, there is one takeaway that I have gained in watching and interacting with those who are in line of fire, either as victims of flooding or as part of mission to help, and I want to communicate that message to this House. I hope British Columbia serves as final wake-up call for every Canadian about the direct impact of climate change on our daily lives. Whereas once upon a time, it was easy to say that natural disasters were something that happened in other parts of the country or the globe, British Columbia is now firmly entrenched in this club. The heat dome, the wildfires, and now these floods teach us that no one, no matter geography or political belief system, is entirely immune from the consequences of our carbon-heavy way of life. It is why, Madam Speaker, our government has made tangible and swift climate action top priority, as evidenced in yesterday's speech from the throne. And sincerely, I hope that every member of the House, no matter what political affiliation or reason, can offer sincerity in pledging to work together to tackle the greatest crisis we have seen in our lifetimes. Our time is now. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity and for your reappointment to this chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Coastal Base, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I rise here for the first time in this House as a gesture of support from the people. Madam Speaker. Oh. Okay. As a gesture of support from the people of Coastal Bay, Central Notre Dame, to the distressed people of ravaged British Columbia. Newfoundland and Labrador is suffering its own devastation with 7 washouts on the Trans-Canada near Port-aux-Basques. This is a very dangerous situation as the island has food reserves for only 3 days. On behalf of the people of my province tonight, I ask, will this government commit to sending aid to my province to get this highway fixed?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the member on his election to this House. And I want to assure, through you, Madam Speaker, that our government is committed to do everything and everywhere from coast to coast to coast in Canada if any emergency happens, and I'm certain that the forces are already on the way.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech. He is a very rational man, so I'd like to ask him a simple question. Tonight I asked both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition whether they agree that we can't simply put out fires, that we must also, in fact, prevent them. Does my colleague agree with the fact that one of the best solutions is to stop funding hydrocarbons? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly would like to assure the member that dealing with the climate issues is the top priority of our government, and we have done so in the past many years. And we are on the track to get to zero net emissions by 2050. And when we talk about avoiding these fires that member has talked about, we have dedicated $500 million to train 1,000 new community-based firefighters to ensure that we are ready for future fire seasons, and work with the provinces and territories to provide firefighters with the equipment that they need to fight fires and stay safe, like Canadians-made planes to increase provincial aerial firefighting capacity.
Thomas, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to you. And I thank the member for his comments. But he just said that the government's on track to meeting the net zero targets. The reality is this, and I'll remind him, that this government has missed every single target to date. We're in fact not on track. The reason why we have the climate emergency that we're faced with in British Columbia today is exactly because successive governments has failed to take the climate emergency seriously. So to that end, I asked if the member would support the NDP in pursuing this goal of getting the government to bring an end to the subsidies to the oil and gas sector, and as well to put forward a real plan for just transitions for the workers.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can tell you the track record that we have and the projections we do have. And when we come to emissions under control, the projected Canadian emissions are 36% lower in 2030 compared to 2005 levels, and that shows that our government is on the right track, and by 2050 it will be zero net emissions.
Resuming debate. Reprise le débat. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
That's very kind, Madam Speaker. And it is indeed a pleasure to rise today. And first of all, as this is the first opportunity, Madam Speaker, I've had to thank the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola for their continued support. I would just say to them all, thank you. It is a big honor. And Madam Speaker, let me begin also by congratulating all members on their election to this new Parliament. While there will undeniably be things we disagree upon, let us be mindful that Canadians sent us here to Parliament to find agreement and consensus. I am deeply saddened that my first words in this new Parliament are in this debate, while many of my constituents in communities such as Merritt and Princeton are facing unique and serious hardship as a result of flooding and the serious repercussions in the aftermath of that flooding. Indeed, as you shall hear also from my colleagues, this devastating situation has and is impacting other regions of British Columbia. Now, first, let me begin by stating an old but important fact. Excrement runs downhill. Now, I mention this because in many small rural communities, the most critical and important infrastructure works as follows. The community drinking water, be it sourced from well or dammed lakes or rivers, is treated in whatever manner the community can afford and pumped to a community reservoir. From there, it typically feeds via gravity system down through the community to the wastewater treatment facility. Now, the wastewater treatment facility is often located near a lake or river where treated effluent can be discharged safely. The challenge of this basic design is whenever there is flooding, it immediately runs downhill and overwhelms the river or lake. Yes, there is also some type of flood control and typically some infrastructure, be it dams, dikes, or whatever. And once that infrastructure is compromised, there's rarely any secondary line of defense. As the water levels rise with the flooding, this creates a situation where one of the very first pieces of community infrastructure that is compromised is the wastewater treatment plant. This is exactly what occurred in Merritt. Once the wastewater treatment plant is compromised, the ability of a community to function is compromised. And it does not end there, because once floodwaters have breached a wastewater treatment plant, those waters are now contaminated and considered toxic, and by extension unsafe, creating essentially a toxic cesspool. The higher the waters rise, the more the contamination is spread. Now, once residents have been submersed and compromised, the community's water system is now also compromised and unsafe. This, of course, means the community they live in is essentially unlivable and unsafe. The reality is next to nothing in your home or in our civic infrastructure is designed to be submerged in toxic, contaminated, unsafe floodwaters. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, this leads to evacuation orders. Now, in British Columbia, our emergency notification system is not as capable and as ready as it could be. Evacuating thousands of citizens in very short notice is a serious logistical challenge. Where do they go? How do they get there? Seniors in care homes need to be evacuated, transported, and a new care home found. Others with mobility issues and those who lack their own transport are in serious trouble. Worse, when you have serious flooding that brings mud and other debris, suddenly once navigable streets become unnavigable to emergency vehicle and first responders. And if the storm has also taken out some power lines or some transmission lines and other communications infrastructure, such as what has occurred in British Columbia recently, suddenly your wireless communications are compromised. How do you get help? How do those emergency responders get notification about those who need help? These are all situations that people in Merritt, Princeton, and elsewhere have faced. In one local Indigenous community, the bridge was washed out. It was the only way in or out of that community. No bridge, no power, no ability to evacuate, and a compromised ability to communicate. Frankly, we are all extremely fortunate that there were not more deaths as a result of this disaster. Because in this case, there was only one variable that with all of these serious challenges made the critical difference. And that variable is the people. The people who live in Princeton and Merritt. They were the difference. They saved their neighbors, the vulnerable, their own family, their friends, their pets. These are the people who are the unsung heroes. And now, they need our help. Many went to communities such as Kelowna or Kamloops, where in many cases they found evacuation centers that were overwhelmed. They found that there was no place to go, no immediate assistance available. In reality, the evacuation centers and the provincial response could not keep up with this sudden, intense demand. This left many people on their own. many living in their vehicles. Some did find a motel, but they didn't have the funds to pay for it. And as others have shared, their line of credit on their credit card is now full, and they have no idea how they will pay that bill at the end of the month. Some, we shall not forget, got trapped because the roads became unpassable for them. Indeed, the challenges from our compromised transportation infrastructure was immediately felt. Within 48 hours, many grocery stores were largely empty. Now imagine, you've left your hometown of Merritt, literally nothing except the clothes on your back, and when you arrive in Kamloops or Kelowna, the grocery stores are empty. Now, that was the reality for many, and it is still a reality for some. Now, in the past days, you may have heard of residents are now allowed to come home. Now, on the surface, that sounds like a positive bit of progress, and for some, it certainly is. Now, let me explain what coming home really means. We all know in many cases there will be a serious mess. Anything immersed in water must be removed and destroyed. Now, that is a huge job in itself. And all of that contaminated material ends up on the street where it must be moved and properly disposed of. Now, this also creates serious challenges. That's where Princeton is right now. The mayor begged for Canadian Armed Forces personnel to help. Now, we know that there are boots in the ground now for Canadian Armed Forces in BC to help. And fortunately, earlier today, those personnel arrived in Princeton to provide this much-needed assistance. I'm thankful for their service. I'm thankful that they are here, or there. Now, these are just some of the challenges facing these citizens as they return home. Well, let me explain another. Aside from removing your belongings and the serious mess left behind your home, when you arrive, you are likely to find either a red tag or a pink tag attached to your home. What's that mean? Well, if you have a pink tag means there's a possibility that your gas meter was submerged in floodwater or that your gas appliances may have been impacted by water. Now, if this is the case, your gas is now shut off, and you need to contract a licensed natural gas contractor to assess your natural gas system and then relight the appliances. Now, if you have a red tag, it means your gas meter was submerged in floodwater and your gas meter is now shut off and locked. This requires a licensed gas contractor and serious work to rectify. Now, as I'm sure all members can appreciate, even in a large city, it can be a serious challenge to obtain the services of a gas contractor. Now, just imagine the challenges in a small community where the demand is huge given these situations. And who pays for these gas contractors and the expensive work that's required? What if your last dollar or line of credit was used up staying at a hotel? What do you do? Now, these are very real questions that people in Merritt and Princeton are asking themselves right now. While local residents are facing these challenges, let us not also forget that many who call these communities home are facing these challenges are also community leaders, those who work in the civic yards. Right? For example, the mayor and council, civic staff, first responders, highway maintenance, police, paramedics, etc. All of these people are under tremendous pressure right now. They not only have their own problems to deal with at home, they must get their own community up and running. Now, I mentioned earlier the need to get sewer wastewater plants up and running, to flush out city lines, in many cases repair those lines because they are broken. Princeton has already had to authorize drilling another well. This could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars not afforded for in the city budget. And here's one of the biggest problems. Currently, the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements Program only covers 80% of the cost. Now, at a time when a local government is facing a disaster and virtually all civic infrastructure is compromised, an 80% contribution from senior levels of government is not enough. Now, normal times, 80% seems great. But I spoke to Mayor Spencer Coyne today, and he says it's way above their ability to pay. Tens of millions of dollars, just that 20%. So this creates enormous stress on civic leaders who are these decision makers. But what choice? What choice do they have? If you cannot fully pressurize a water reservoir, you don't have fire protection at a time where you're most likely to have gas leaks in your community. While local government staff tries to restart all of these basic infrastructure, things that we all take for granted, let's keep in mind that in many of these communities, the rental stocks were already very low. In places like Merritt and Princeton, they were near zero before this occurred. For example, in Collettville, a section of Merritt, it was hit the hardest by the flooding, and it will be the last part to be able for citizens to return. Now, can you imagine seeing what looks like your modular home as a senior floating away on the television, floating away with all you had in it? How can you find shelter in a community you've called home for decades if there is no alternative? Now, I've been told by Mayor Linda Brown that without some form of rapid housing from seniors' levels of government, some people will never return to Merritt because there's nothing for them to return to. She's expressed willingness to discuss potential municipal sites for some rapid housing, and I hope, Madam Speaker, tonight's discussion will result in something concrete for these residents. Mayor Coyne in Princeton has voiced similar willingness to connect. Now, I would like at this point to take a moment and sincerely thank all of those locally elected officials, the support staff they have, the municipal staff, and most especially our first responders. Now, they are doing tremendously remarkable and amazing work in the most challenging and demanding of circumstances. And keep in mind, while all of this is going on, they're in a race against time, because every night the temperature gauge drops further below zero, and each day less and less back above zero. Now, the heavy winter freeze is setting in, and there is likely a 2 to 3 week window of opportunity before some of the activities will need to be put off until the spring. And let us be mindful, the forecast is suggesting that tomorrow there could be, in some parts of British Columbia, another 80 millimeters of rainfall and storm-like conditions. Now, I could spend, Madam Speaker, the rest of my allotted time talking tonight about the serious challenge that people in my riding, the good people of Merritt, Princeton, are facing, and the Indigenous communities that are in both the Similkameen and the Nicola Valley. However, I'm going to stop. I have shared some of these challenges with you because I believe it's critically important that we as democratically elected members of this place have an understanding of what these communities are going through. Because in this place, we can, and I submit, need to be part of the solution. Communities such as Merritt and Princeton are just two examples. We know in the Fraser Valley there's another situation in Hope, Spencer's Bridge, and elsewhere. All of these communities need to do more than just rebuild. They need to rebuild and reinforce. Now, let there be no doubt our climate is changing. In my riding since 2017, we've witnessed the once in 200-year flood of Okanagan Lake, not just once, but twice. We have had the worst wildfire activity and smoke that has compromised air quality to levels never previously experienced. Now, this past summer, we also, as has been said by other members, had the heat dome, record heat levels that resulted in people dying. Now, this flooding with more severe weather in the forecast. So, what can we do? What can we do? I don't profess to have all the answers, and the need to consult in partnership with local and provincial, as well as First Nation communities, to consult with all of them is paramount. Now, I can pass just a few observations. In 2016, a rock slide damaged the Oliver Irrigation Canal. Now, this is a critical piece of infrastructure that serves the entire South Okanagan farming community. Now, I should say, this is not in my writing, but Madam Speaker, that doesn't change the importance of the example, especially considering this infrastructure. The community was prepared to invest their fair share for the repairs. The province stepped up to cover their share, but when it came to Ottawa to pay their share, the answer was no. Now, the reason? The bureaucrats said that the project did not fit into any established grant programs. That was the end of it. This is a serious problem. When critical agricultural infrastructure does not fit the criteria of Ottawa, it's not the fault of the residents of the South Okanagan. That is the fault of the bureaucracy and the thinking here in Ottawa. Now, going forward, we need grant funding programs that meet the needs of small communities as opposed to the political needs of a government in Ottawa. Now, another observation, in many small rural BC communities, the water services are provided by irrigation districts. Now, currently, these irrigation districts are not eligible for any senior government grant funding. Now, just think about that. This is a serious problem. These small communities need funds to protect their water system from the threats of our changing climate, yet by design, they're excluded from senior government grant funds, despite the fact that the users of these systems all pay taxes to provincial and federal government. Now, this situation has gone on for years, but I submit we can no longer continue to ignore it. I spoke with a regional director. Speaking of things we have to contend with, I spoke with a regional director from the areas around the village of Karameas who sent pictures of the dikes that are failing in his area, water that is leaking and flooding into largely older modular homes, largely seniors, and tells me if they fail, the RCMP, the ambulance, and fire station within the village of Karameas would be at risk, complicating an already difficult situation. So while we are here contending with the challenges of flooded communities today, we need to acknowledge that there are other small communities that teeter without sustainable arrangements for the fixing and maintenance of the water infrastructures. Now, I'm winding down, Madam Speaker, but just a few more observations. Many rural and Indigenous communities still don't have high-speed broadband or wireless service. The Infrastructure Bank, despite the fact that Canadians living in rural communities pay their taxes to fund infrastructure, an infrastructure bank that has been structured by this government in such a way that it won't be able to provide any benefit for any small community in Canada. Now, no matter how we try to cut all of these observations I've shared, Ottawa is part of the problem and not the solution. That needs to change. I don't really want to point fingers of blame. If anything, that is part of the problem itself. We continuously debate what is ultimately an Ottawa knows best policy that continues to adversely impact small rural communities. As our climate changes, we must ensure that Ottawa provides the resources that meets the demand of these small rural communities just as much as it does for our bigger centres. And I am hopeful, Madam Speaker, in the days, weeks, months going forward, that as communities like Princeton, like Merritt, as they try to rebuild, that we will have a federal government in Ottawa who will find ways to be there and support these communities and not tell them that they don't fit the criteria. Now, that's a challenge, Madam Speaker, we need to be up for. Failure is not an option for every citizen facing a loss in tough times in British Columbia. Right now, let's be our moment to stand with them and be there to support them. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for hearing my comments today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for all of a sudden, Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question on a different part of the community infrastructure, but I want to congratulate the member for his very obvious grasp of, the elements, the essential elements in his communities. I think they're being well served. But I wanted to ask, based on experience I had a long time ago when I was on the radio in Kamloops, and we broadcast into Merritt and we broadcast into Princeton, and if anything happened, people could turn on the radio and find out what was going on. How did the broadcasters perform in your communities during this emergency?
Well, I won't be able to answer that, but I do want to remind the member to address the questions and comments directly to the chair, through the chair. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I certainly appreciate the question from my fellow British Columbian, and I will tell you this. I asked the question of Michael Reeve from Q101, stationed in Merritt, because he was continuing to do his job as a journalist to make sure that the public was informed of the policies and the guidelines that were being taken, and he was evacuated. So, Madam Speaker, the difficulty with dealing with these kinds of cases is we put journalists, we put first responders, we put local officials in such difficult situations where they're trying to support their communities as much as they can, and yet they have to deal with all the challenges that I've made out in my speech. And Madam Speaker, I got to tell you, during the summer, I had an elected official who was actually evacuated because of fires, and I was receiving calls from citizens that were complaining about his lack of attention. And I said, wait, this person is trying to evacuate his home just like you are. Let's try to work with them. So, Madam Speaker, you know, it is a tremendous challenge, and we need to support one another so that we can help the people in our communities.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
The honourable member for Avignon, La Matane, Métis, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He always gives us very detailed, well thought out information and remarks. He spoke about his conversation with the mayor and how the cost would be very high, even if the federal government covers 10%. It might not be enough for small communities. So is it the federal government's job to cover 100% of the costs? That's something we should ask ourselves. And earlier I recognized that, yes, the energy transition will cost us a lot of money, but that it would cost us more to not have an energy transition. So is my colleague in agreement with me that we should change the way we invest and change the way that we spend taxpayer money? Would he agree that we should invest taxpayer money in solutions that are promising for our future? Would he agree? Thank you.
Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I certainly appreciate the member raising the issue. Again, the mayors that had requested that this be looked at really don't care if, you know, the 40% is coming from the province and the remainder is coming from Ottawa or vice versa. They just are saying, we cannot afford this, but we have to proceed with these repairs. We have to protect our communities. We have to get these things done. And so, you know, quite honestly, they don't care who's doing what. And really, at the end of the day, we should be looking at and using some good judgment, sound judgment. If a province is strong and has a tax base and is in a position to fund these things, then we should let them take the lead. But I will also say that's why we're part of a united country, because sometimes some provinces are not going to be in a position where they can write that check. And we need to use our best judgment. And that's where, again, a national government would come into play.
Any comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, for his speech, and especially I was happy he brought up the example of Oliver, and the irrigation canal is one of the most frustrating issues of my career, trying to get that project funded. The government actually fixed that problem after 4 years of lobbying and 3 infrastructure ministers. Unfortunately, it came too late for Oliver. But I just would like to give him the time to maybe talk more about what's happening in Princeton and Merritt and what the future looks like. He painted a vivid picture of what the past weeks have been, but what does the future look like? What do they have to do?
The honourable member Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my fellow British Columbian and for his participation here tonight and for sharing some of his knowledge or expertise, because the community of Grand Forks, as he said, went through quite a process, and we are going to see the same things happen here. We're going to be running into it where, what do you do with people that, like right now, I hear from people that are saying, well, if I'm insured, I'm being told I don't get any support, and when they go to their insurance, they're not going to cover everything. And so there's going to be some tremendous challenge on an individual or household basis. And as I kind of elaborated here, as from a community perspective, this is not easy. The Coldwater River has shifted at least a block over. And it is right now along a course, Madam Speaker, where it's over a gas line and it's over utilities that were never designed to be underneath a river. So these are big scale challenges. And when I say how difficult it is for the municipal staff, just imagine what it is for you as when you're a senior or a person with a disability to come home and then find out, you have to restart from scratch and there's not the assistance. So small communities need the help.
Questions and comments? I remember for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I can get this. Don't wear these earrings again. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to stand for the first time on behalf of Peterborough, Kawartha.
Hear, hear.
I want to give a big shout out to my friend Arnold Taylor from Curve Lake for this beautiful piece of Indigenous children for those who didn't make it home from residential schools that he sent here to the House of Commons.
Well, very on.
I also want to say hello to my children who've waited up for this moment. Hi, Mom is actually working. My question actually to my colleague, thank you so much for your work and for everything that's been done. We've heard a lot about the financial restrictions that have happened and the economic impact of trying to find hotels and all of these things. And then hearing about being, charged $5,700 for PCR tests to get necessities over the border. And now we're hearing that it's being passed over to public health. What can we do and your suggestions on ensuring that these people are not held accountable to that?
I want to remind the member she should address the questions directly through the chair and not to the individual member. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, I will say, Madam Speaker, first of all, I'm delighted and congratulate this member for her election. I'm also delighted that her children get to see her in action, and I feel badly that they had to see me, 20 minutes of me to get to that. But, Madam Speaker, most importantly, there are so many challenges at an individual, household, and community level that's where we really need to come together. And I think the member from Abbotsford said it more than anyone else, that there really does need to be a continued partnership and information sharing and action. Because we can talk all we want, but there's people that are really suffering. At the end of the day, during a public disaster, that's what government is supposed to do. It's supposed to act. So, there will be some mistakes made, Madam Speaker, but it can be dealt with through better communication and a willingness to work together and to get it done.
Questions and comments. I have time for about a 45-second question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the honourable member for South Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Thank you to the honourable member for his speech. I want to focus on one aspect, which is in disaster after disaster, so many of us assume that our devices are going to work. And whether it's wildfires in the interior or wild storms on the coast, community after community discovers no landline, no cell phone, no way to hear what's going on. I spoke at length with a deputy fire chief in Ashcroft once and said, what do you do when you are on evacuation alert? How does your community know the evacuation is now on? And this fire chief said, we've considered what to do for technology, and we've decided to get a really big bell for the fire station that we can ring. What does the honourable member think we can do to better network people in disasters, better preparedness to get the information they desperately need?
Answer from the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, there's no such thing as a brief answer from me, but I will try. So I would simply say to the member that the leader of the official opposition was very wise in appointing as his critic or as shadow minister for emergency preparedness our member from Alberta, simply because that member, if you hearken back to the tornado that hit Ottawa and there was concerns around the lack of cell phone coverage, part of it is because the infrastructure that runs these things, often they have a battery life of 8 to 12 hours and it depends on each operator. He did a motion, said that we should be studying this as a committee, and I think that we need to spend a lot more time asking about these things. This is something under the federal jurisdiction because we need to know exactly what we can expect from our devices because we are so glued to them. Imagine not being able to reach your child and you got them a cell phone during a disaster. So these are the things we need to have an ongoing conversation, and I appreciate the member and her contribution here tonight.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to be able to rise in the House of Commons. I'm grateful to be able to rise in the House of Commons for the first time as the Member of Parliament for Vancouver-Granville, which is located on the traditional and unceded territory of the Coast Salish First Peoples, the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh. Grateful to be able to represent the residents of this incredible riding and to work hard on their behalf every single day. I also want to thank my parents, my partner, my sister, my family, my community, and my volunteers who worked so hard every day to make this possible. But, Madam Speaker, like many British Columbians, my heart is heavy tonight, as it has been for the last several days, as we've seen the devastation, the loss and hardship caused by extreme weather events, loss of property, of life, and indeed, a loss of a sense of security. Je tiens ce soir à exprimer ma gratitude à tous ceux qui se font...
I wish to express my gratitude to all those who are working hard to support the people of British Columbia as we experience the effects of these floods, which have wreaked a lot of havoc and damage in British Columbia.
And our thoughts are with those who have lost loved ones and those who are still missing. It's a great comfort to know that in times like these, to echo what Minister Anand said last week, that Canadians will always come together to support one another. We've seen volunteers, first responders, everyday citizens, and indeed our armed forces all step up to serve and support their fellow citizens. Madam Speaker, you've already heard my colleagues speak about the extraordinary efforts of our armed forces to help BC residents through this nightmare, evacuating people and pets to safety, delivering food and supplies, sustaining critical supply chains, supporting provincial planning and relief efforts, protecting and rebuilding critical infrastructure, roads and properties, and so much more. And we know that they will keep working to stabilize the situation for as long as they are needed. It's gratifying to know that we can count on our incredible men and women of our armed forces to come to the aid of Canadians, as they are doing right now in British Columbia, and indeed as they have done across the country throughout the pandemic. And it's heartwarming to hear of the stories of communities across our province rallying together across difference in support of their fellow citizens. I think of the Jewish Federation, which has raised almost $250,000. Islamic Relief, loading up vehicles with urgent supplies and providing emergency relief. And the many gurdwaras across the province helping to feed thousands. And many, many more stories like this. This is the British Columbia of which we are so proud, and it's so good to know that at times like this we can count on one another. Madam Speaker, it's almost 8 o'clock in British Columbia tonight, and there are people we all know that aren't sitting down for dinner in their homes, who won't be settling in for a night in front of the television, who won't be picking up their kids from hockey, or doing the normal everyday things that they might have been doing. Instead, they're figuring out what comes next for them and their families and their communities. And I'm so grateful that our government has stepped up in partnership with the province of British Columbia to put in place the resources needed to support our fellow British Columbians. Today, we all stand united, regardless of our political affiliation, in our desire to help British Columbians, to help get our province get back on its feet and to rebuild. We are all united in our desire to build back quickly and to help those affected. Mais Madame la Présidente, la réalité à laquelle...
Madam Speaker, the reality for British Columbians and for Canadians is that the forest fires we've seen increasingly over the past few years and floods like these, they will become the norm. We cannot just rebuild and pretend that this won't happen again in a year or two, because it will reoccur and it will continue if we don't take energy action to prevent further warming of our planet.
Average. And this is why acting now, as our government has pledged to do, is so important. If recent history, whether forest fires or these floods, have taught us anything, it is that climate change is no longer an abstract phenomenon and no longer something that we can pretend won't affect us in our lifetimes. It is, and it will continue to, and it requires us all to work together so that we build more resilient infrastructure, but that we also make the tough decisions needed to fight climate change. Madam Speaker, we must build back, and we will. But we must build back in a way that allows us to withstand the onslaught of climate change, even as we work to stop it. We must continue to invest in innovation and technology here in Canada that allows us to be at the forefront of the battle against climate change, and that allows us to lead on building a green, sustainable economy for the decades ahead. And as we plan for the future, it is gratifying that this House stands united in its desire to work together to ensure that we build resilient communities, build sustainable infrastructure, and that we make long-term investments in ensuring the safety and security of British Columbians, and indeed all Canadians. And our government has been seized with this task. In 2018, the Government of Canada launched the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, committing $2 billion over 10 years to invest in structural and natural infrastructure projects to increase the resilience of communities that are impacted by natural disasters triggered by climate change. In Budget 2021, an additional $1.375 billion over 12 years was announced to renew this fund. This government has been there for British Columbians and all Canadians, and we will continue to be there for British Columbians as we rebuild from this crisis, and as we do all we need to ensure that we are ready for the next one, even as we continue the fight against climate change. Madam Speaker, after every disaster, particularly as horrific as the one we are living in British Columbia right now, it is best practice to learn and to ensure that we are better equipped for the next one and better able to respond to serve those affected. Equally, we must look to the root cause of this crisis, climate change. And in this case, working together, working in partnership to address climate change, acting boldly without making it a partisan issue, is our easiest path to success. Madam Speaker, tonight, as we sit thousands of miles away from British Columbia, I want to express my gratitude to all members of this House for focusing their thoughts and attention on British Columbia, and for your commitment to working together to ensure we are able to recover quickly from this tragedy. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Mission Matski, Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank the member from Granville for his first speech in the House of Commons. Indeed, many of the disasters we've seen since the summer and into the fall, in my riding especially, are caused by climate change. But we can't also forget that early in the 20th century, the Government of Canada drained the Sumas Lake and created a system of dikes that have artificially kept that lake from existing in the Fraser Valley. And a lot of that infrastructure needs to be updated immediately so we don't have another flood. I'd like to get a commitment from the other member whether he supports the efforts that we've heard tonight to fund that critical infrastructure to prevent Sumas Prairie in my hometown from flooding once again. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank the member for his question, Madam Speaker. When we talk about the Sumas Lake, I think of the guidance that was provided at that time by First Nations communities around what might happen in a situation like this. Now, that said, we are where we are today, and of course this government has pledged to make sure that we are able to rebuild British Columbia and to do our part, do everything that is required to ensure that the province returns, and the regions that are affected return to be able to do the things and to live the lives that people need to be able to live. And so I think we will all work together to make sure that British Columbia and the regions that are affected are able to build back to make sure those communities are able to survive.
Then comments? The Honourable Member for Kootenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Granville for his speech. And Madam Speaker, I just want to make note in this House that between 2006 and 2011, floods cost Canada about $120 million. Between 2010 and 2015, it was $360 million. Between 2016 and 2018, it grew to $430 million a year, Madam Speaker. Now we're over $1 billion. The PBO projected back in 2014 that if we kept going the way we're going, that floods and fires were going to cost us $43 to $50 billion a year, Madam Speaker. What a deficit to leave to future generations. Now, the member talked about investing heavily and taking bold and courageous action. They're investing $2 billion over 10 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, bold and courageous is cancelling the Trans Mountain Pipeline, $17 billion. Ending oil and gas subsidies, $18 billion. Let's start spending the money, the $43 to $50 billion a year that we're leaving on my kids and most of your children and grandchildren now, instead of shouldering them with the deficits. The Conservatives talk about inflation. Just wait, insurance rates are going to go through the roof. Let's protect future generations by investing now in the right thing.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bold and decisive action, Madam Speaker, means implementing a plan that was supported by Canadians in the last election, which is what we are here to do. Madam Speaker, bold and responsible action is making sure that we are able to beat our targets, as we've committed to doing. And bold and decisive action, Madam Speaker, means ensuring that we are working with all stakeholders, provinces, Indigenous communities to make sure that we are able to take on the fight against climate change and deliver results for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Young member for Halifax. A brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Vancouver Granville for his first intervention in the House and congratulate him on his election. I'm sure that the constituents of Vancouver Granville are very happy to have as accomplished and a caring representative in this place as they do at this time. The member, like me, would have campaigned on what came to be known as the strongest environmental plan on offer in the most recent election. And I wonder if he would like to talk about some of the things that he heard most about from his constituents in our plan that they liked the most. He may wish to address the member from Kootenay, Alberni's remarks regarding $18 million in fuel subsidies, which of course, the majority of which were subsidies to workers and families who had lost their wages. But I'll leave it to him to make the choice.
Vancouver Granville, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And indeed, he is right. In my riding in Vancouver Granville, voters chose a plan, my constituents chose a plan that they knew made sense because they knew that capping orphan wells was important and not cutting funding to capping orphan wells was an irresponsible decision. They knew that making sure that a transition away from fossil fuels was important and that investing in that appropriately was the right answer. And they knew that investing in the right decisions to help our economy adapt and evolve into the greenest economy was the right answer without compromising jobs, without compromising the economic safety and security of this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first want to congratulate you for your reappointment to this role. And it's a privilege to rise once more in this chamber to join the debate for the first time in the 44th Parliament. I first want to start by thanking all the volunteers, dedicated staff, friends and family who worked tirelessly to get me here. I'm also deeply indebted to my partner Nicole for standing by my side and giving me the strength to be the best representative and the best person that I can be. I'm truly honored that the people of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country have placed their trust in me to serve as their representative in this House. I'm here to make your voice heard and to be your advocate. And that's why I'm here today to speak about the crisis that British Columbians are currently facing. Last Parliament, while speaking about the landmark Net Zero Accountability Act, I rose in this House to share about the increasing toll that climate change was having on British Columbia and the people of my community. That law now binds the Government of Canada to set ambitious targets and to report regularly on our progress to ensure that we're accountable to meeting them. Even as we, and increasingly the world, works to reduce emissions, we will be grappling with ever-worsening impacts of climate change over the coming decades at best. We cannot solely focus on mitigation, and the events of the past 2 weeks underline that we're long overdue with actions to adapt to an already and rapidly changing climate. And 2021 has been a watershed moment for the climate crisis in British Columbia. This summer we've suffered an unprecedented heat wave or heat dome and saw the town of Lytton become one of the hottest places in the world one day before being razed to the ground the next day. Almost the entire province set record high temperatures, some places by 5 degrees Celsius or more, and 595 British Columbians lost their lives due to extreme heat. The incredible heat wave sparked wildfires across the province that burned nearly 8,700 square kilometers of land and forced thousands of people out of their homes. And people across BC had to breathe in some of the most polluted air on the entire planet as the sun was blotted out due to wildfire smoke. High heat levels caused rapid melting of mountain snowcaps that sent torrents of rushing water into the rivers below. When the nighttime temperatures on the top of snow-capped Mount Currie hovered in the mid-30s, the nearby village of Pemberton was put on evacuation alert as meltwaters came centimeters away from flooding the village. It was fortunate that the water was able to infiltrate the soil at that time. and the entirety of the coastal areas of my riding were affected as billions of marine organisms died, leaving an unmistakable stench throughout coastal BC. And less than 6 months later, we find ourselves in yet another unprecedented climate disaster. An atmospheric river brought more than a month's worth of rain in just 2 days, breaking more than 20 rainfall records. Places that just this summer were burning uncontrollably are now underwater. This time it's the extreme flooding that's caused thousands of British Columbians to flee their homes. It's destroyed homes and infrastructure and businesses, including in my own riding, where flooding on the Sunshine Coast has left roads closed, shut residents off from water, and put others under a boil water advisory. And this is happening in the same year where these same homes were under Stage 4 water restrictions. And while we don't have estimates on what the final cost of this disaster will be, we know that it will become the most expensive natural disaster in Canadian history. And it's easy to see why. Roughly $240 billion worth of goods travel through the Port of Vancouver every year, and the Lower Mainland has been cut off from the rest of the country. Every road and rail line was severed by floods and landslides or badly damaged. The Coquihalla Highway, which facilitates the transportation of billions of dollars worth of goods, and many thousands of people have suffered multiple extensive washouts and bridge collapses. And it will likely be out of commission for months to come. And some of Canada's most fertile farmland has been flooded, and thousands of livestock have drowned or have been euthanized. At this point, all orders of government are working together to respond to this crisis, and we have seen heroic efforts of individuals to support those who have been impacted by donating and transporting essential food, housing stranded people, and donating generously to response efforts. The Government of Canada has revamped its EI rules to rapidly get support to impacted British Columbians, negotiated with our American friends to ease border measures, and deployed the military to build up damaged infrastructure to protect us from further incidents that is looming, with projected rainfall tomorrow being up to 80 millimeters. But these are just some of the examples. These are the real economic costs of climate change, and they're happening today. Despite being the most environmentally disastrous year in BC's history, this is a harbinger of what we can expect to see in the future. This past summer, Oxfam conducted an analysis by the Swiss Re Institute that concluded that Canada's economy could shrink by 6.9% by 2050 without ambitious climate action. And these events will both increase in frequency and severity, and unless we are better prepared to be resilient to them, they will enact a heavy toll. The Government of Canada has been taking action in this space, but we need to do more, and we need to do it faster. Programs like the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund provide support for large-scale infrastructure projects to help communities better manage the risks of natural disasters. Earlier this year, I was proud to announce funding to the resort municipality of Whistler to build fire breaks to mitigate forest fire risk for the area. We also launched a natural infrastructure fund earlier this year that will allow us to focus on natural infrastructure solutions that are inherently more resilient to climate change for the reason that Pemberton was spared from what I mentioned before. Budget 2021 also provided billions in new money to the provinces and territories to do disaster mitigation. And earlier today, the Prime Minister committed to move forward with a low-cost national flood insurance program, and we're going to work with the provinces and territories to update flood risk mapping. And this is incredibly important because we know that towns like Merritt were relying on flood risk mapping that was almost 40 years old. Going forward, our government has also committed to work with First Nations to mitigate wildfire risk, utilizing practices that they've employed to great effect since time immemorial. It's also committed to introducing a national adaptation strategy within the next year and implementing a climate lens, including both adaptation and mitigation, into all future government decision-making. The saying that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure is certainly true in this case, and these and other actions are urgent. But I want to end with mentioning a story of my friend Noah. Noah was driving home to Vancouver from near Merritt, where he encountered a mudslide when going down the Coquihalla, and so he had to turn back and take an alternate route going down the Duffy Lake Road. There were no warnings and no advisories on this road. But midway through his drive, he was stopped on the highway. And before long, he was unsuspectingly caught in a mudslide. His car flipped, rolled over multiple times, and was totaled. But he and his passenger were miraculously able to make it out alive, if not bruised and very muddy. And this is in no small measure to fellow trapped drivers, including first responders, that work swiftly to pull them out and pull others out of their cars, taking them in, keeping them warm until they could get a ride out of there. And they were lucky to get out safely, but at least 4 people tragically were not. And we know events like these are going to be ever more commonplace, and we need to work with all orders of government to keep people safe. We need to ensure that our infrastructure will be resilient to extreme weather events like these, that individuals understand the risk to themselves and to their property, and we need to be adaptive to rapidly changing conditions that we'll see. And I hope that all members of this House will capture and nurture the urgency and drive that we all feel today, so that we can work together to lower emissions and reduce the risks that our communities face from a rapidly changing climate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just wanted to thank and a shout out to everybody tonight that really has made the debate about the people of Abbotsford and the Lower Mainland up to the Fraser Valley and in the interior. It's really about the people and getting people the help that they need. That's what we're talking about tonight. As my colleague from Abbotsford and Mission Matsqui have mentioned so many times, it's about the people. We used to live in Abbotsford for 4 years when I went to university, and it became part of our family. That's where they grew up as little children. And again, we need to focus on what the needs are, the emergency that's there that's now, the storm that's going to come tonight, the storm that's possibly going to come next week. We're calling on the federal government to help now in any way we can to do that. And that's why, again, we're here tonight. It's late in Ottawa. It's about 11:15. But I just wanted to speak to that member and call on the government to do all that we can to help the people of Abbotsford. Thank you.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague and fellow British Columbian for the question. And indeed, all orders of government are working closely together, and all cabinet ministers of different portfolios are working and seized with this issue. The Army's been deployed, and by my understanding, there's currently about 500 members of the Canadian Armed Forces that have been deployed and are already working to repair things like the levee and other areas that need to be repaired so that the coming rain is not going to be impacting and putting those people that are already out of their homes further at risk. And so I would like to also express my support for the government doing everything that it can to help people in their time of need, just the way that our government has been there to support people through the COVID pandemic.
Comments? The honourable member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And since it's my first time rising in the 44th Parliament, I want to take this opportunity to thank the wonderful people of Cowichan Malahat Langford for sending me here for a third term. It truly is an honor. And I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his speech. You know, in my time in this House, when we have talked of climate change, we have often heard excuses and about the costs of transitioning off a fossil fuel dependent economy. Which kind of ignores what the costs will be going on into the future, how they will absolutely dwarf the investments that need to be made now. I'm just wondering if my colleague can answer 2 questions. Number one, you know, we've seen what the projections will be, and does he think that the current Liberal government's budget allocations are in any way going to be adequate to meet this challenge? And my second question, Madam Speaker, is, does he have any regret that the Liberal government invested all of those billions of dollars in fossil fuel infrastructure like the Trans Mountain Pipeline? Thank you.
West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Well, I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my honourable member for his questions. I believe we need to continue to do more, and we need to do it faster. We need to make sure that we're mitigating our emissions as best we can right now. And that's why we've committed to setting a cap on emissions from the oil and gas sector and having those be steadily declining in 5-year increments to make sure that we can meet our greenhouse gas mitigation targets that we've set and we're now held accountable to with legislation passed just a few months ago. As we're doing this, and we need to be investing in the type of technologies that are going to allow us to reduce our dependence on fossil fuel energy, as well as reduce emissions in other parts of our society. So over the last 5 years, we've invested about $100 billion in that space, but we're going to need to do more. We're also going to need to continue to invest in adaptation. And I believe that we need to do even more in this space, and some of the events of the last couple of weeks really highlight that, and indeed of this entire year. Some of the things I mentioned.
I want to allow for a brief question. We're running out of time. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. A brief question, please.
My brief question is this, and it's one with a great deal of grief attached to it. The so-called Net Zero Climate Act commits us to the wrong target. It was increasingly clear at COP26 in Glasgow that the world is not looking for net zero by 2050. That's dangerous. They're looking for significant cuts this decade. And I wonder if the honourable member has any comments.
Brief response by the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. We need to make emissions cuts right now. It's not just about 2050. That's too far down the road. The emissions that we're able to cut now are that much more important. And we've committed to an updated target for 2030, 40 to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030. 45% below is what the Paris Agreement committed to, and we need to make sure that we're doing our part to do that and more.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been a very reassuring evening here in the House of Commons. My communities, the people of Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon, are in the midst of a very difficult year, which is bringing home the impacts of climate change in ways none of us thought about even a short time ago. On June 29th, Canada's heat record was shattered as temperatures soared to 49.6 degrees Celsius, marking the hottest day in our nation's history, a record that was broken on 3 consecutive days. The following day, a fire was sparked and spread so rapidly residents had a mere 15 minutes to vacate their property as the town was consumed. With over 83,000 hectares destroyed, 90% of the village was leveled. At COP26, Prime Minister Trudeau referred to the village in past tense, and I quote, "There was a town called Lytton."
Sorry.
The Prime Minister
okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
Referred to the village in past tense. There was a town called Lytton. Residents who heard the speech, including Chief Patrick Michel of Kootenay, were quick to point out that Lytton is far from gone. While structures were ruined, the spirit was not, and respectfully, the Prime Minister did acknowledge that people are still living in Lytton this evening. Thank you. The community is eager to return home and restore the neighborhoods they know and love. Over 4 months later, residents remain displaced throughout the province, and they need to see some action. Compounded by the recent floods and landslides, Lytton's evacuation order has been in place since June, and there's no end in sight. Critical infrastructure, including Highway Number 1 near Jackass Summit, Tank Hill, and Highway Number 8, water and wastewater systems need to be restored to accommodate the return of residents and contractors. Vitally, the volunteer Lytton Fire Department needs a new fire hall and equipment to ensure they are fully operational during the building process. Local businesses were already suffering from the adverse impacts of COVID-19 when the fire hit. Uninsured and underinsured business owners are grappling with the loss of their storefronts and inventory, and many who required pandemic supports, such as CEBA, will be unable to pay it back by year end. The business community is calling for low and zero interest loans through Pacific Economic Development Canada to help services become operational as soon as possible. Lytton First Nation and the village of Lytton have expressed a desire to work together and may submit joint funding proposals. Surrounding First Nations such as Siska, Nickelman, Kanakibar, and others are also dependent on the critical infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt, including the only surgical hospital in the region. Being a small and remote community, Lytton does not have access to the administrative and financial resources available to larger communities able to complete onerous application processes. Furthermore, the village lost all crucial documentation and backup servers in the fire, making it near impossible to complete some of these applications. As the destruction of this wildfire is so extensive and necessary recovery efforts exceed the usual scope, I have requested special funding through the Treasury Board Secretariat Management Reserve to be delivered expeditiously. BC Wildfire Service said that this was one of the worst fires they've ever seen as it tore through critical infrastructure, downing telecommunications, BC Hydro, the RCMP detachment, the fire hall, the hospital, and the village amenities. Thankfully, the school was saved. Residents had minutes to flee, as I mentioned, with not much more than the clothes on their backs and without any warning of which direction was safe to travel out of the rural community. Many ended up in Merritt, which has now been evacuated for a second time. Imagine that, being evacuated from your home for one natural disaster and then being evacuated from another for another disaster. Madam Speaker, you can imagine the toll that would take on anyone's mental health. So I call upon the Minister of Health and Mental Addictions to make mental health supports available to my constituents. Heartbreakingly, as we all know, those grappling with loss of property and livelihood does not stop with Lytton. On Sunday, November 14th, a never-before-seen storm swept through British Columbia. And while it took some in the Ottawa Press Gallery a little longer than it should have to catch on, the devastating impacts on BC and to my constituents are now widely known. While we've seen the shocking pictures, it can be hard to grasp the impacts on regular people without a direct connection. That brings me to my cousin Christine. She's about the same age as me. She's pregnant, and her husband Richard were flooded out of their home. They're chicken farmers, and they also own a small business doing welding work on dairy farms. They lost 20,000 birds. They lost their home. But sometimes it's the little things that really impact people. And my cousin put on our family Facebook group, I believe, that they had just received a bonus from one of their feed suppliers, and they'd stocked up their freezer for the Christmas season. Sometimes the little things, like losing a freezer full of food, put people over the edge. Now, there will be a time for a full analysis on what could have been done faster or better, and I know that work is already underway. But more rain is on the way, and additional help will be needed to rebuild the critical infrastructure connecting the Lower Mainland to the rest of Canada. As it stands, our highways have been severely impacted and in some places completely destroyed. Most of these roads and their damaged sections are either within or connect through Mission Matsby-Fraser Canyon. The Trans-Canada Highway between Hope and Spence's Bridge has been washed out. Highway 3 is open between Hope and Princeton, but as of late Tuesday, a single lane is open in each direction only for essential travel. The Coquihalla, which my riding borders, is closed with severe washouts, including where a mudslide took out a large section 11 kilometers south of the Great Bear Snowshed. There are no detours, and experts say it could be weeks before crews can even begin some of these repairs. And we all know, us British Columbians, that doing road construction on the Coquihalla in the winter is next to near impossible. Highway 99 between Lillooet and Pemberton was previously closed due to a landslide and is now open for essential travel. And as some of my colleagues have mentioned tonight, sadly, this is where 4 people lost their lives, and the search is ongoing for a 5th individual who is also presumed deceased. My prayers are with their families and friends, and especially the young little girl who lost her parents. Highway 8, which connects Merritt to Spence's Bridge, is closed. The provincial transportation minister reports that 18 segments of the highway were damaged, including 4 bridges. Stephen Rice, the local TNRD area director, is doing yeoman's work attempting to get the word out, highlighting just how little attention rural areas like his get. In Mr. Rice's estimation, it will be years before residents can return home, if ever. In the Lower Mainland, only essential travel is permitted on Highway number 1 between Popcom and Hope, and the highway is closed altogether through a large section in Abbotsford. Highway 7 from Mission to Hope is restricted to essential travel only, and a large section of Highway 11 between Mission and Abbotsford remains closed for the foreseeable future. Needless to say, highway repair is going to take a significant amount of time and effort. On rail transportation, when we review the state of the affected railways, I've been so encouraged, on one positive note, the speed at which CN and CP have moved to repair their damaged lines and their efforts to restart the supply chain and get goods moving. They've also played a critical role in supplying otherwise cut off remote communities, including many Indigenous communities, with the supplies necessary to weather this disaster. Railways have always been critical to our economy, and with the devastating washout on BC's major highways, their services only increase in necessity, especially when it comes to animal feed and the food security issues we're facing in the Fraser Valley. Now, I've received, like many of people in the House tonight, a significant amount of feedback from constituents on the ground about what needs to be addressed right now, and especially before our next extreme weather event. One email from Harm Bars, a local dairy farmer, who was instrumental in moving a lot of the cattle out from Sumas Prairie, has called for less pushback from regional authorities governed by liability concerns. Farmers are going to do everything they can to save their livelihoods, and officials need to give them the space to do so. Ideally, authorities will work with the affected locals. Landowners are more than willing to help emergency crews get into areas they often don't have the equipment for or know, but which farmers do. And this is a shortcoming of federal emergency preparedness, which should be reviewed. Canadian Forces equipment and personnel can't be effective when they're stuck on the other side of the Rockies coming from Edmonton, or having to fly in from Quebec to service British Columbia. The absence of CFB Chilliwack is being felt, and these events have highlighted that the federal and provincial governments must invest more in preparations for future disasters, because there will be more climate change related disasters in British Columbia, and we need more federal investments on this front. There should also be an improved warning system. It would have been possible for our farmers to move such a large number of livestock in the time frame of this last event. It would have been possible for farmers to move more cattle, but they weren't able to because they didn't get enough warning, which led to the forced euthanization of many farms, many dairy cattle on many farms on the eastern part of Sumas Prairie. BC's Alert Ready system has not been utilized at all this year, despite a record number of natural disasters. Madam Speaker, this is a critical wide platform, and the federal government needs to work with the province of BC to make sure that BC has the tools it needs. Additionally, as we saw during the wildfire season, our Indigenous communities are once again being left out of the emergency communications loop. It's been reported that First Nations Emergency Services Society wasn't contacted by Emergency BC until Tuesday, November 16th. Cooks Ferry Indian Band, among many others, never received a call to evacuate. The disconnect between Emergency Management BC and BC's First Nations continues to put lives at risk and must be addressed. This afternoon, I spoke with Lytton First Nation Councillor Jason Robertson, who's also a firefighter and all-around amazing guy and leader. And he says that the responsibility is tossed from one table to another without resolution. They don't know where to go. I raised this issue with the previous Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, and I now call on his successor to please correct this and work with Emergency Services BC, First Nations in BC, to improve emergency management and give more authority to our local First Nations. They often understand the land much better than we do. They know the wind patterns, they know the river flows, they live right by it, we don't. So let's let them do the work that we know they're capable of doing. Just turning to infrastructure. Immediately building improved and climate resilient infrastructure is vital. The upcoming federal budget must contain significant funds to address these urgent needs in British Columbia for the sake of our economy, national security, and public safety. As we saw through the rapid work of Abbotsford City staff and volunteers who sandbagged the Barrowtown pump stations, seconds count when it comes to the repairs in the face of extreme weather. So much of our dike and pump station infrastructure was built before and during the 1950s. Embarrassingly, this was before Indigenous people could even vote in our country. The unacceptable outcome is that their safety and needs were and continue to be overlooked. And it's a common fact discussed at the Lettsmont Forum, which I'm a part of, that many of the First Nations Reserve don't even have the dike protection that communities like Abbotsford, Mission, and Chilliwack have. That's not acceptable anymore. A 2015 BC government study assessed a sample of 75 lower mainland dikes, where they do exist, and found that 71% were vulnerable to failure. It rated the highest elevation of the key Sumas Lake Reclamation Dike in Abbotsford as, I quote, unacceptable, and stated that, and I quote, overtopping is expected during Nooksack River overflow, end quote, which is exactly what just happened. A 2020 report commissioned by the City of Abbotsford found that damage from a major flood could be as high as $960 million, with proposed dike solutions coming in between $29 to $339 million. Unfortunately, that damage estimate is likely lower than what we're now seeing in the real world. Local communities have been raising the alarm bells for years. It's been mentioned in this House tonight that just 3 weeks ago, I met with the Mayor of Abbotsford and my colleague from Langley Aldergrove and my colleague from Abbotsford, where the Mayor of Abbotsford pressed upon us to bring the issue of dike infrastructure to the Parliament of Canada. And then we faced what we just faced. Updated flood mapping is required so that we can better plan for future events and better prepare to rebound from catastrophes. We can't address climate change if we don't apply all the models and discussions tonight to real-world situations, to the topography of our land. The ridings most affected in the Fraser Valley, Abbotsford, Chilliwack, Hope, and Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, are, I might add, incredibly important agricultural areas and essential for Canada's food security. This disaster also brings up many points about insurance. A significant amount of the damage sustained will not be covered by insurance. Whether it falls under a, quote, act of God clause, is unaffordable, or it simply doesn't exist because flood insurance is in its infancy in Canada, the federal government must provide relief for those who now face unimaginable financial hurdles. And the findings of the federal task force examining a national residential flood insurance program for homeowners living in high-risk areas, expected next spring, cannot come soon enough. And again, the Prime Minister addressed this today, so I will be holding the Liberal government to account on making sure that it happens. Another unpopular reality that has been avoided by federal and provincial governments for far too long is the need to dredge our rivers, especially the Fraser and the Sumas. As these past weeks have highlighted, it's possible to do this work outside of spawning season to safeguard our salmon and our environment. During the Lettsmont Forum, which I mentioned earlier, many of my First Nation leaders in my constituency are supportive of this work and might even undertake it themselves as an economic opportunity to improve salmon habitat and reduce the risk of flood on their lands. The Fraser Valley is known globally for our high-quality berry production, but the industry has been hard hit on multiple fronts, such as the summer heat wave and heat dome and labor shortages. I had a meeting with the BC Blueberry Council this week, and they reported that 2,500 acres of blueberry fields were flooded and 1,000 acres remain underwater. These submerged plants will not survive and must be removed and replaced. The soil must also be remediated for toxicity. Farmers are no longer able to position themselves to secure loan in the aftermath of this flood devastation. It is my understanding that existing agricultural insurance programs, including the Agri-Stability Program, do not account for natural disasters like floods, where farms are destroyed beyond the possibility of recovering in a following season. For context, blueberry plants take 5 to 6 years to reach maturation and to be before crops are ready for commercial scale harvests. Insurance compensation for one season's worth of losses will not begin to match the actual loss. It is estimated that it will cost $32,000 to $37,000 per acre to restore these blueberry fields. We are facing a crisis like we never have seen before in BC. Our country cannot afford to have one of our most productive agricultural areas wiped out. And federal assistance, as I've written the Minister of Agriculture this week, must come forward to assist in these vital areas. As I come to a conclusion, I just want to say I can't thank enough the thousands of people all across my riding, all across British Columbia and Canada who have come to aid and show their sympathy for my corner of this beautiful country. Thank you on behalf of everyone in Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. I'm thankful that the government has worked so collaboratively with the opposition to address these concerns and that we were able to have this debate tonight. And I'm thankful and reassured by some of the things I've heard here tonight that we're going to work together to make sure, hopefully in the next budget, that British Columbia is going to receive some money for climate change adaptation and mitigation in an area of our country where it's needed probably the most. So it's been a tough year for BC. It's been a tough year for my riding. So to my constituents, it's my first time speaking tonight. I'm going to keep fighting for you. There's lots to be done, but if we do take that Team Canada approach, we can meet and exceed the tasks ahead. I'm very hopeful and I'm very encouraged by our discussions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments tonight. I think we were all listening very carefully on the details to which he offered around the situation that his constituents are faced with, and he can be assured that New Democrats will work with him and with the government to ensure that they get the help that they need, and me being from British Columbia, that British Columbians, that we all get the help that we need. On that note, Madam Speaker, the government, of course, have said that there would be emergency support for people who are faced with this situation. What I worried about, of course, is this, that if they apply for this emergency support, then later on down the road, it might come back to hit them, such as the seniors who's been hit on the GIS clawback, that somehow or another it would disqualify them for something or they'll be penalized for something. So I wonder whether or not in his discussion on the issue around supporting individuals and families and businesses who's been hit by this, that there is some assurance from the government that they would not come back and say that they would lose some sort of benefit or claw back on some other eligibility criteria. I wonder what his thoughts are.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver East, and I guess I owe an apology because during my caucus meeting today, I missed our panel on CBC Radio in Vancouver. So my apologies for that. I hope you stood up for the opposition. Regarding her question, I did speak with the Minister of Employment and Social Development Canada about the supports that the Government of Canada is going to provide for those who've been impacted by the floods. But to her specific question about how those benefits relate to one's income taxes and the income one is claiming on their income taxes at the end of the year, I think it would be helpful to receive some clarification from the Minister, and that's something we both can collectively endeavour to achieve in the coming days. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. Thank you. Thank him. I want to thank him for an excellent speech and for making it personal. I received an email from friends, as the honourable member will know, we have deep family connections within his riding. And I read of a shout out to Mike and Brandy, who lost everything. They lost their home, they lost their farm. But when I started crying reading their email, it was the part about not being able to find their dog Posey right before the helicopter came. I mean, it was bad enough having to shoot the livestock that couldn't be rescued, but to realize the poor dog is terrified and in a flooded basement in the dark. And his rescue of the dog and getting the dog to the helicopters when I started losing it. Every single person in these communities has suffered deep trauma. The pain is not something we can really talk about in this place. When we talk about euthanizing animals, it's much more deeply personal. I just want to pledge the support of Green Party members, supporters, and members of Parliament in this place for whatever it takes to help every single community, every single farmer, every single resident rebuild and get their life back.
For Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for keeping it real about the impacts that people are feeling right now. And I had a friend on Facebook that I went to high school with who said, my house is flooded, but I can't leave my dogs, because for many people and for those of us who've door knocked, like basically 1 in 3 Canadians, I presume, have a pet that they consider a part of their family. And those are very traumatic experiences. And that's why in my speech, I raised the issue of mental health, which wasn't really addressed tonight. There are a lot of people suffering severe anxiety and depression because of the losses we've seen throughout British Columbia. And it's incumbent upon all of us to honor those people of British Columbia and other parts of Canada that are impacted by similar devastation, to support them in the work we do here today and get the supports that they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon for his passionate speech tonight. His riding has seen devastation. Mine has. The member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, Abbotsford. The infrastructure that's been lost, the infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt, and the infrastructure that communities across our ridings have been asking for a number of years now. I've advocated for this annually when I make a submission to the finance minister. Communities looking to build infrastructure, and yet this government has promised all kinds of funding for infrastructure, but it hasn't reached the ground. So I hope the member from Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon will join me in asking this government, demanding that this government will finally see that infrastructure funding reach the ground, where communities need it, where they know it needs to be put in place so that they can build for the future. I hope the member from Mission Matsky from Fraser Canyon will support me in that ask.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member from the Okanagan, I agree with the Okanagan Shuswap. I agree with you. And I've been pushing upon the Minister of Infrastructure already in this House that we've been here together. I had the most productive hour of my month on Monday when everyone was in the House of Commons, and I could go from minister to minister to minister, impressing upon them the need to take action for British Columbia. And again, what I heard tonight is that there is a collective will across party lines to work together, and everyone wants to see those infrastructure dollars in the ground. We know the money's there. It's in the Canada Infrastructure Bank. I've had assurances from ministers that they want to be nimble and they want to work with us and maintain that Team Canada approach. And I look forward to seeing that done, and I look forward to working with everyone to see that those infrastructure dollars for climate change mitigation and adaptation, for roadways, for rail infrastructure, for the Port of Metro Vancouver on the ground as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan Shuswap. Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola, sorry.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's in British Columbia, so you're certainly close. So I would just like to thank the member for his passion and for his productivity, meeting with all the ministers and giving them the message that we need the help is incredible. In his speech tonight, he did talk about the challenges that many small Indigenous communities have had, and there are gaps that they're falling through. Madam Speaker, it's tremendously important that we try to help out those communities that need that support. Can the member maybe just give us a few more points, specifics on what would help those Indigenous communities to help them cope through this crisis?
For Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank the member from Okanagan, Nicola Similkameen, for his comment tonight. And who can ever get his writing name right? The other day I had a meeting with, I mentioned him, Chief Patrick Michel. He's a very dynamic individual, and he's worked really, really hard to get the federal government out of the way so Kanakabar Indian Band can build housing. And right now, I think the federal government, as part of its infrastructure plan, needs to get housing built. It took 3 years for Chief Michel to get 24 units being built. Let's work with these small Indigenous communities that are fighting so hard to get those infrastructure dollars, to get clean water back on reserve, because it's all been destroyed recently too, to get housing and to get clean water back as soon as possible. We have the people on the ground who know how to do it. We got to empower them, and we have to eliminate some of the red tape that they're facing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member mentioned the need for housing, and he's absolutely correct. In the most recent throne speech, I was so dismayed that the Liberal government didn't even mention anything about the urgent need for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy. I wonder if the member could comment on that and what his views are. Do we need one or don't we? Should that be in the budget or shouldn't it?
Brief answer from the member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer is absolutely yes. I worked hard with the member from Vancouver East on a study, and it's very clear, especially in rural and northern communities, that Indigenous people are not getting a fair shake from the federal government in terms of equal access to government programs. So it's incumbent upon this new Parliament to address those rural deficiencies, especially in Indigenous communities, to give them the housing they need to live their best life. That's the least we can do for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Avant de reconnaître le prochain orateur, je veux juste aviser.
Before the next speaker, I would just like to note that we only have about 12 minutes left. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before beginning my remarks, I'd like to congratulate you on your recent re-election. It is a privilege to rise today to discuss something that is on the mind of all Canadians. Something that all Canadians recognize as a sadly historic event. We know that many people have lost their loved ones due to the situation in British Columbia. The government extends its thanks to the first responders, to search and rescue volunteers, and to emergency managers working hard to keep people safe.
British Columbia closely. We have offered to provide whatever assistance is needed to help respond to and recover from this extreme weather. Our government continues to work with provincial and local partners. The ongoing all-of-government response effort is coordinated to ensure that the province has the resources it needs to support the people of BC. In response to requests for federal assistance from the province of British Columbia on November 16, our government approved the use of Canadian Armed Forces, air assets, and land component to assist with the whole-of-government relief effort. Madam Speaker, the floods seen on Vancouver Island and in BC southern mainland have shocked and saddened people across this country. While the crisis has limited its devastation to one great province, the message it has carried has flowed from coast to coast to coast. There's no community in our country that has watched events unfold in British Columbia and not felt concern for the people there or dread for what such a catastrophe means for all of us. Whatever you live in Corner Brook or Cape Breton, Kamouraska or Kenora, Colville Lake or Canmore, the BC floods and the rains that brought them matter. If we look beyond the events of this month and the fact of this year, we cannot deny that they matter a lot. Over the course of several months, BC has felt the impacts of multiple climate disasters, devastating wildfires, life-threatening extreme heat. Et oui, les fortes pluies soudaines de la semaine dernière.
And yes, last week's sudden heavy rainfall was the result of a phenomenon Canadians now know much better than before, an atmospheric river. As Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, I am especially engaged in the events transpiring on the West Coast. I extend my personal sorrow to families of those who have lost their lives due to the severe flooding. I am struck by stories from BC residents of personal hardship and loss. I have been briefed about the challenges municipalities face from infrastructure damage and the challenges to repair infrastructure going forward. Providing relief and recovering from the aftermath of a flood is a long-term proposition. We are committed to providing the necessary assistance to get people through this difficult time. Sadly, Madam Speaker, we know that the extreme weather that BC has experienced of late is not over yet.
This event is occurring now, affecting the province's north coast. It is expected to slip southward, bringing more rain to southern BC within days. In fact, atmospheric rivers are expected to continue to affect the province beyond that. Madam Speaker, my department is not merely watching these developments. We are regularly updating our official weather forecast, weather watches, and warnings. I encourage people in BC to continue to follow Environment and Climate Change Canada's official channels for weather forecast, weather watches, and warnings. There, they will find more details on the latest weather information. Our immediate priority is support for activities on the ground. With world-class meteorological services, Environment and Climate Change Canada continues to provide assistance to BC's emergency management and response efforts. The department's meteorologists are providing frequent weather updates to Emergency Management British Columbia at the Primary Operations Centre, as well as the regional command centres. Our National Hydrological Service technologists and engineers are monitoring water gauging stations and providing water level data to help guide the provincial flood forecasters. Our experts are briefing the Regional Coordination Group, providing up-to-the-moment site-specific weather forecast. And our National Environmental Emergency Centre is monitoring for potential pollution incidents, ready to provide support. The severity of weather events in BC, as well as their potential impacts, is unquestionable. Nor is it limited to one given place. Consider, Madam Speaker, the torrential rain and strong winds that began lashing Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador yesterday. Many Canadians are asking openly, is that what climate change looks like? Madam Speaker, it's not as simple as attributing a single weather event to human-caused climate change, but the evidence is conclusive. Canada is experiencing more frequent and more intense extreme weather events. And climate change is leading to those intense disasters, not only here at home, but around the world. Madame la Présidente, nous savons que les changements climatiques entraînent des...
Madam Speaker, we know that climate change brings the possibility of more frequent exceptional weather. Canadians are clearly seeing that. So it is not unreasonable for people to associate these occurrences with climate change. If the events in BC suggest strongly that climate change is happening, what do we do, Madam Speaker? Well, our government is doing a number of things. We are strengthening weather prediction and environmental services, as well as systems that provide early warning of potential impacts. And this will be critical going forward as Canada is to face unprecedented weather.
For robust emergency preparedness and response to events like the ones we've seen in BC this year. They also complement the significant steps this government has taken already to adapt to a future climate that is in sharp contrast to today's. Climate adaptation was one of the key themes at COP26, the UN Climate Change Conference that the Prime Minister, several cabinet ministers and myself attended at the beginning of this month in Glasgow, Scotland. There, on the world stage, Canada committed to doing its part. Never before has the need to adapt to climate change been stronger. Most countries went to Glasgow to announce that they would sustain and increase their commitments to adapt to climate change. Canada was among those countries. Going forward, as we have for many years, our government will continue to foster robust partnerships and help scale up worldwide efforts for a climate-resilient future. What does adapting to climate change involve at home? First, it's about informing people. Les services de prévision météorologique et environnementale, comme ceux du gouvernement du Canada,
Weather and environmental prediction services, such as those of the Government of Canada, are becoming more important than ever in the face of unprecedented weather. They support decision-making at all levels of society and increase climate resilience. Madam Speaker, we must confront climate change clearly and directly. For the next few decades, climate events are going to escalate in severity and frequency.
in transforming our infrastructure, economy, and our relationship with nature. Many government departments working together started developing a national adaptation strategy earlier this year. The strategy will unite actors at different levels of government, build on Canada's strong foundation into a common blueprint for action for all citizens, governments, and organizations. Madame la Présidente, n'oublions pas les dures leçons que les dernières semaines.
Madam Speaker, let us not forget the hard lessons that the recent weeks in BC have taught us. There are moments when immediate crises are over, when we become open to new ideas and ways of changing our lifestyle.
Experience of the BC flooding, and in fact of all the severe weather events in that province this year, we must show that by working together, government, organizations, Indigenous people, and citizens can build climate resilience. Together, we must do more. We must do it faster to fight climate change and to enhance our abilities to prepare and adapt. Our government will always be there to help Canadians in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for being here tonight and presenting. Obviously, it's been quite a debate where I would say all sides have been supportive of British Columbia, and I want to thank the Minister for being part of that. Madam Speaker, I think one of the things that we've also heard, whether it be in the election or whatnot since then, is this government, while, and this is something the Leader of the Opposition said earlier, is that this government seems to have large ambition, but not much achievement. So I just wanted to ask the Minister, because there are a lot of people in my home province of British Columbia that are looking for leadership from this government. What does he do with the skepticism that is towards his government, and it's always focusing on words rather than deeds?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Earlier on this evening, I pointed to very concrete things that are happening in this country because of our government. 300 transit projects under construction from one side of the country to the other, Madam Speaker. Record-level investment in electrification of transportations. By the end of next year, 16,000 charging stations will be installed across the country for more and more people who are relying on electric vehicles. We are already investing in nature-based adaptation solutions in many parts of the country, but I'll be the first one to admit we need to do more and we need to do it faster. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comme il est minuit, je déclare la...
It being midnight, I declare the motion carried.
Stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.